Welcome, y'all. I'm Deeg. This is Deeg Chats. I'm here today with Mighty Teapot, the return of Teapot. Welcome back to the program, my friend.
Thanks for having me. I have returned once again.
The return of the king of the Guild Wars 2 streaming category.
Yeah, that's me. You got my crown. It's invisible, but it's there. You can trust me on that.
Your invisible crown. Yeah, I think I can barely see the outline. Yeah. So let's think, Teapot. You and I last spoke last year in August. I should say first spoke. It was our first time really getting to know each other. And we had a great... I went back and watched a lot of it. I think I'd call it like a grieving session almost. We were grieving over Guild Wars 2 last August, my friend, you and me. Here, I actually wrote down a few quotes. Because I think that you have gone through quite a bit of an arc since our conversation, and I want to talk through that. But here's where I'm coming from. Here's the last time you and I touched base. Here's some quotes from Teapot. Out of the mouth of Teapot. Accept Guild Wars 2 for what it is, not what it should be. I don't think Guild Wars 2 will divert from its path. This is one tree I can't chop down. The community is irrelevant. The ship has sailed on trying to organize stuff. If you ever stop, the wheels just fall off and it becomes a horrible, soul-crushing grind. Guild Wars 2 is the biggest waste of potential in the gaming industry. I bring all these up because that was the tone of the last time you and I talked. And things have happened since. Would you say that your attitude has changed since the last time we spoke, my friend?
You know, I think there has been some really good news for the game, but I think I would actually still stand by almost all of those things. I think I would stand by almost everything there.
All right.
Because I do think that there is still a huge problem with the community in the game not being very self-moving. I think that is still true.
Okay.
I mean, obviously, this is very much in its time. When it comes like the ship has sailed on this stuff and the way the game is going to develop, I would probably actually still say, I think the game is going to have some new life breathed into it. But I still think, like a lot of people are looking at Guild Wars 2 and looking at the good news we've got, right, with regards to the game director, the expansion.
Very fun, very exciting
I think a lot of people
news.
look at this stuff. Yeah, people look at this and they think that the game is suddenly going to cure cancer, right? Or that it's going to be like the greatest thing ever. Realistically, there are a lot of problems with Guild Wars 2 that aren't going to be resolved by the expansion. And I don't want to, I know I don't want to go back to the tone of the original one too much, because I would say that there's a lot more reason to be positive about the future of the game. Back then, I was very like stone cold realism about the game.
Okay.
But I do think it is worth noting that the game is not really going to completely shift, right? Like it's going to be different. And the game is going to evolve, and I love to see the new leadership direction that we're seeing from the developers. But I still think that like a lot of that stuff is still true, or even maybe most of it is still true, because a lot of that was like in the last podcast we were talking a lot about the approach to the game rather than the game itself, because this is how I in a way started enjoying the game again. Actually, was that I stopped thinking about the way the game was going, right? And I stopped thinking about what the game could be or what it should be. Okay. Right? And I started going like, okay, how can I enjoy the game? What can I do? Like what am I able to do? You know, can I fix some of these problems that the game has, right? You know, internally. And it turns out that yes, I think I can actually, or well, at least I've been trying. And I think that, it's possible to solve these things. So yeah, like I know that it was obviously, like there's a lot, there's a lot of melodrama, right? And we're a podcast, we're talking publicly. We want to be, we want to make it sound interesting. We don't want to make it sound like boring, or it's fun. We're talking for fun here.
Everything's fine. There's no problems to fix. Conversation over.
Yeah. But I would say a lot of that stuff still applies. Outside of the fact that I actually do think that there is a potential that we could see some long-term change. Like the recent news with Josh Davis Grouch coming back, and Colin coming back,
right.
And their new leadership approach. I think there is definitely there is definitely some potential that things could change big time. However, I think it is actually worth noting that this is very much, in my opinion, this is a huge wait and see. I think we
Yeah.
need to see after the expansion because, again, I don't want to get into it a little bit too much, but we've got a long wait now, and there's not going to be much content
Yes.
between now and the
Yes.
expansion, and also the cracks are already starting to show. And this thing that I'll definitely hand this back over to you to direct the conversation right now, actually. But I think there's one thing that is super super important to actually notice is that already we have seen PvP completely decay into oblivion, being stuck with a horrific meta, one of the kind of worst metas that we've seen in
Really?
PvP for a very long time. They did some frequent balance changes and tweaks for a few weeks,
Hmm.
but unfortunately that has now dried up, and there has not been anything for a while. And we've had the last few months, basically since the May 11th patch. Like the May 11th patch had
Right.
some very significant bad influences for PvP,
Hmm.
and those have not been addressed since that patch, which is very unfortunate.
Okay. So yeah, silver linings, potentially bright horizons, but also some shadows being cast, um,
Yeah.
which is, I suppose, in some ways, is a major improvement from where we were, where it was only easy to see shadows for a little while. But let's talk about some of the things that have changed. But actually, before I kind of take us through a chronology, which I think might be kind of fun to do, because we've kind of, this is our thesis, right? Now I want to back it up and we're going to build the tension and we're going to get back there. And it's going to be really fun. Um, but you said something really interesting I want to unpack a little bit. You said, I've been thinking about this because you said this last time we talked about stopping trying to enjoy the game for what it could be and try to enjoy it for what it is. I think that's a massive act of self-awareness. And like, if I can just expand on that for a second, and you can tell me if you agree. Um, it's a massive act of self-awareness to approach something that has a meaning to you and reevaluate that meaning. Humans kind of exist in a world of meaning. If we see a hammer, we don't see a stick with a piece of metal at the end. What we see is something to hit something with, right? We see things for what they're used for and what they could be. We see things for their potential. That's how our minds work. And it's very natural when we're engaging in an experience not to just be in the moment, but to see where it's going. And to take that idea of where it's going and wrench it back into something else, I think that's really hard. I wonder if you could talk me through how that worked for you.
So, I mean, well, like we're going to get the depressing stuff out of the way. I mean, ultimately,
Okay.
like this was, I mean, like the reason I ended up coming to this conclusion was because I realized that it was either that or quit the game.
Okay.
Was the thing, right? And this is really very, I'm going to give you some more quotes here, but like
Let's
to
do
be
it.
honest, I'm at the stage in Guild Wars 2 where I actually don't really care like what happens. Like, even if the expansion bombs, it doesn't
Hmm.
matter to me really. I
Hmm.
know I'm going to enjoy the game anyway because of what I'm doing in the game,
Hmm.
what I'm doing with, my stream and with my community and what I'm trying to do. I'm a man on a mission right now, trying to elicit this positive change within the Guild Wars 2 community. So I have completely disconnected from how, is the game good, right? Or like, is the game perfect? No, the game's not perfect.
Uh-huh.
And I think this is something that I think every player should kind of get their head around. And for
Mhm.
every MMO, this is not a Guild Wars 2 problem. I actually think, ironically, this you see this more in Guild Wars 2 because the game actually has been so good for so long that
Mhm.
when the game stumbles a bit, people don't know what to do. Whereas if you look at something like World of Warcraft, the game has had so many bumpy sections that people are kind of used to it, right? So people
Mhm.
don't tend to struggle with it so much. And the community in that game is much more robust as well, right? Like, compared to Guild Wars 2, like there's a lot less there's a bit more coordination cohesion in that community compared to Guild Wars 2. And Guild Wars 2 is it feels a bit more like, it's like some Mad Max stuff. It's every man for himself in the Guild Wars 2 community. And I think that I think every player should approach it this way because like this is my take on MMOs. MMOs are just they aren't good, right? Like MMOs are games that no matter what the developers do, they'll never be enough, right? There is no way that they can develop enough content for you to play this game every day. It's impossible. Blizzard can't do it. Square can't do it with Final Fantasy. Even old school RuneScape, even they can't do it. Even in that game, which obviously is much easier to develop for, right? It's a not to say it's a bad game. It's a simpler game graphically, right? It's not as intensive to develop content for that game because of the very nature of that game, and no MMO can do this, right? And therefore, there are going to be huge sections of downtime. Okay, the quality of the content may not be exactly what you want it to be, and ultimately, the only way you can enjoy playing MMOs long term is if you have to actually like the game and not just like rewards, and two, you also have to like the people that you're playing with and have people to play with that you actually like, right? And I think this is kind of the thing that has struck the Guild Wars 2 community the most, because so many people play the game solo. And actually, I would actually say this is a blight on the modern MMO industry in general, actually, because MMOs over time have become more solo focused. Right. If you look at, say, this is a very extreme example, but a very, appropriate example. If you look at classic World of Warcraft compared to a modern MMO, in classic World of Warcraft, there is no LFG system. You have to talk to other people to do this. There are quests that cannot be done solo, and involve elite monsters that you cannot do on your own. And even some basic quests might require more than one player to do effectively. To do a raid, if you're not in a guild, it's going to be significantly more annoying to get items, get loot, and even get in a group. This is particularly true in vanilla, less so in Burning Crusade. Burning Crusade is a lot more puggable, I think. But in classic World of Warcraft, you need to be in a guild of 40, right? 40 players are needed to do this raid. And then you compare this to modern games, right? Modern World of Warcraft, there is the looking for raid system. You have the auto dungeon finder, right? You have difficulty settings to accommodate different players. And as the games have become more accessible, they have essentially become less community oriented. And this means that players, when they're on their own, they go, as soon as I've run out of content, they go, well, what am I supposed to do now? Because they've run out of content. They've completed all the content, and they go, well, I've beaten the game. Right? And this is like the MMO paradox in a way. Like MMOs have transformed into something where the players were the content, and they've turned into essentially bad single player games where the content is the content and not the players. The players become irrelevant. And this is kind of one of the long-standing issues with Guild Wars 2, I think, has always been this, right? Like, there's a very topical thing going on right now, of course, with the Marionette. The Marionette is an event where you are forced to rely on other players. And guess what? It's been a bit rough, It's a bit tough. It's a bit tricky. And a lot of players are struggling with it because they're just not used to dealing with this. And they're also not used to failing either. Right? A lot of players are incredibly frustrating. I was streaming yesterday for a long time. I did a lot of Marionette runs. And the player base is very frustrated with this. I had a lot of people coming in chat and they were like, oh, this, I cannot tolerate this. I can't handle this because they're losing. They're doing an open world event that is failing. It's not dying it's fighting back. Like the monster is fighting back. And this is something that I think you had in these these kind of older games where you have to run on other players and you might not win. You might lose. And that's going to vanish in a lot of more modern titles. And this means that, players only really care about the rewards as opposed to the actual experience itself, which is where you start to encounter difficulties. And this is the thing that I think, it's kind of like you've got to get away from this mentality that the content is the most important thing in the game. The most important thing in Guild Wars 2 is the players. And this is something that I'm trying to refocus on with the Hardstuck project. And do you want and you don't think you don't have to take my word for it. You might say, "Oh, Teapot, that this sounds like some hocus pocus magic stuff." You don't have to take my word for it because there's a great example of this in Guild Wars 2. Actually, World versus World. World versus World is by far the most neglected game mode. Easily, not even close.
Yeah.
It is a game mode that the developers have done their best to make the player base quit. With balance over time, no content, abuse of the systems being left in there, even griefers in GVG being left completely unpunished for a very long time, which I want to be very fair, they have actually rectified this and even added a really good certainly a work in progress GVG system for the players, but that took a long time. And alliances, of course, have been shelved and now are confirmed. But again, World vs. World has been neglected for a very long time in Guild Wars 2.
Damage has been done.
But no, it hasn't actually. This is the thing, right? It hasn't been done because the community is still actually very, very vibrant and alive.
But Teapot,
there are a lot of incredibly old
why would that
guilds
be?
who play the game.
Why are they still there in this neglected game mode?
Yeah, that's the question here. And the answer is the evidence I was talking about, right? It's because that game mode is player driven. The content there isn't the developers adding a new map or adding, a new thing, a new feature. The content there is the players.
Mm-hmm.
And this means that these guilds make their own content. And that's what needs to happen in all MMOs, in all game modes, right? And this is why stuff like speedrunning is so important. Because guess what? Do you know who hasn't quit the game in the PvE scene? Yeah, that's right, Snowcrows, Quantify, right? The guilds that actually make their own content and find meaning in the game and play as a group of, a big entity and compete against other players and interact with other players. These are the guilds that don't quit. Right? These are the players that keep playing. And this is something that I think the broader Guild Wars 2 community needs to be aware. If you can transform kind of the mundane into something special with the power of community, then I think that's super cool, right? If you can have this very communal experience where everyone's doing meta events, it doesn't have to be like high end, by the way. It doesn't have to be like GVG or raid speedruns or fractal speedruns. It can be like, just meet up with your friends every day and do some open world events, right? And chat with people and log on and have some fun and socialize with people. That's the real key thing here. And that's exactly what happens to be conveniently missing from most players' experience in Guild Wars 2. Most players' experiences of social interaction will be someone yelling panic when the Octovine's about to fail. And that's as far as it will go. Or someone flaming them for dying in the marionette, right?
I wondered how marionette was going to be balanced. It's interesting watching the community reaction to it. And you already covered it, of course. Is there anything else you wanted to add?
Oh no, that's kind of there's my opening monologue for quotes to mine.
Oh, that's beautiful. No, so you're speaking to a community-driven MMO ethos that is dear to my own heart, and I have a lot of empathy for. So, I guess a useful question, a useful place to take this could be, Teapot, if I am a Guild Wars 2 gamer, and I feel like I finished the game and I'm frustrated and feel like I don't have anywhere else to go, anything else to do. How do I go from being someone who takes the game for what it's giving me and instead takes the game for what I make the experience that I want? How do you take that next step as a gamer?
Well, the interesting thing is I think it's actually very easy.
Okay.
In today's modern, we have so many tools to do this, and it's very easy to engage as much or as little as you want, particularly in Guild Wars 2. Guild Wars 2 is a game that does this quite well, actually. The only thing is it does it so well that most players just don't engage whatsoever. But I think this is very doable. I mean, you join a community, and it doesn't have to be mine. Always I'm going to say, join mine because mine's the best. But no, do whatever you want. It doesn't even have to be a guild. It can be a group of 3 players, 3 friends that you just found, right? Just do fractals every day, or join a raid static, or join a community guild of some kind. And then if you take that one step, you're going to have in my opinion, you're going to find yourself having a lot more fun. And you're also going to extend your enjoyment of the game and allow yourself to play the game more. Because I think what a lot of players, the underlying issue here is that they say, I want to play this game every day because they're very invested, right? And this is the core issue. They say, right, I want to play the game every day. And the reason I say that players want this is because otherwise you just quit, right? You just quit because, if you're not enjoying something, why would you continue? Well, the reason it could be varied, right? It might be sunk cost fallacy, or maybe you just have a lot of, nostalgia for the game and what it once was. And these are all valid reasons to want to continue playing as well, to be clear. That's a valid reason. But at the end of the day, players want to play Guild Wars 2, or they want to play WoW, or they want to play RuneScape, or they want to play Final Fantasy. And they have this game that they've picked, they have a lot of emotional attachment to it, and they want to play it.
It's part of their identity.
Exactly, right? They want to play the game. And if they want to play the game, then that's why they need to do this, to look for this solution, because this will allow them. You need to look for tools that will allow you to enjoy the game. Because no matter what game you play, you're going to know all of its flaws after 1,000, 2,000 hours. Right? Right now, this is something that I'm very cynical about this, actually, because a lot of players from WoW and now well, Guild Wars 2 and then WoW now went to play Final Fantasy.
Right.
And they're going, wow, this game is so good. This game is so amazing. Oh my goodness me. That game is literally WoW with a different aesthetic. Okay, that's the hard truth. And there's nothing wrong with that, by the way, because they're both good games. Like Final Fantasy is a great game. And WoW is a great game at its core. These are both great games. But the thing is that obviously when you go to a new game that's kind of a similar experience, you're going to look at it and go like, oh, wow, this is great. You know, I'm really enjoying this. This is amazing because it's basically more of what you want. It's more of what you want, but you don't have to deal with the delays, right? Everyone who's playing Final Fantasy right now, they haven't experienced the fact that you get like 1 or 2 ultimates a year, which is the hardest content. They haven't experienced the drought that they're now experiencing because the expansion was delayed because of COVID. Right? They haven't experienced that yet. And essentially they're experiencing all of the good because all the good's been bottled up, right? Like when you go to a new MMO, you've got an amount of content that is disgusting.
Yeah.
Right? Think of a new player playing Guild Wars 2.
Oh man.
They're playing the core game. They're playing Living Story Season 1, what's left of it. Living Story Season 2, right? Then they're playing HOT. Then they're playing Living Story Season 3. Then they're playing Path of Fire. Then they're playing Living Story Season 4. Then they're playing Icebrood Saga. Like, just off the back of that, I mean, how many hours is that before you've even done the content? And bear in mind, while you're doing the content, the idea of waiting for content, the idea of not having anything to do, the idea of not progressing is impossible to even conceive. You can't imagine that, right? You can't do that, right? And this is why I say to really kind of settle and understand what it means to play an MMO, you have to play a game for such a long time because these games are huge, right? These games are massive. They're absolutely gargantuan. Like compare, I mean, I always like to point this out actually, you know, I like to think of, you know, comparing Guild Wars 2 to even something like a racing game. I think of a racing game, you know, this is a game that's dedicated to racing around a track and speed running. Guild Wars 2 has that with Beetles.
Yeah.
Right. We have these different vehicles, like these mounts, these Griffin, Skyscale, Raptor, right? Like our game has your game in it. Right? You know what I mean? Right? And think about PvP, think about Conquest. That PvP could easily be its own game.
Oh,
easily. Yeah. Conquest. Think about League of Legends. League has one map, right? Summoner's Rift. Of course, you do have some other games like ARAM, of course. But Guild Wars 2 has League in it in the form of Conquest, right? And of course, League of Legends has a huge amount of champions, different amount of champions, right? So there is obviously more of that.
I get what you're saying, but it's the idea of the game mode, the way of playing.
Yeah. Yeah, the idea of what it is, like the concepts within Guild Wars is huge. So I'm very cynical when people say this is the best game ever made, right? Oh, wow, this is so much better than Guild Wars 2, or so much better than this, or so much better than that. Because in my opinion, they've kind of missed the point. Like the reason why the game is so cool is because it's a new experience and it's giving them what they want, right? And it feels good and fresh and amazing. The thing is, you got to bear in mind, like a lot of the people who quit these games, like quitting WoW or quitting Guild Wars 2, you're in like 10,000 hours, right? Okay, call me when you're 10,000 hours into Final Fantasy, right? Okay, like then we can talk, right? And I want to be super clear here. I'm not actually I'm not besmirching Final Fantasy or WoW or Guild Wars 2 or any of these games. Like what I'm trying to get at here is that playing an MMO, if you just rely on content, it is futile no matter what game it is, because you will always burn it faster than the devs can make it. And let's talk about retail World of Warcraft right now. Right now, actually, this is a great time to talk about this because the new raid just came out, Sanctum of Domination, and there was a long wait for this too. It was a long wait, longer than a lot of people were hoping for, I think. And it will be full cleared by the top guilds. The new raid, it will be gone in probably a week or two.
I think the world first race is happening right now. Yeah,
exactly right. Yeah, they're on it right now. And that content, which took a long time, I believe it was around a 6-month wait actually for that patch, if I recall correctly, quite a hefty wait for this patch. And it's going to be burned in 2 weeks. And of course, different guilds will experience it at a different pace, right? You know, like some guilds will take a month or two to clear it, maybe even 3 months, maybe even 4 months to clear Mythic fully. And that's true. But the thing is, at the baseline, players will have experienced all of that content very quickly, right? And of course, most players won't even play on the hardest difficulty. They'll play on LFR or normal, and they've done it, right? The story is complete. It is done, right?
I mean, to add to that,
for the next patch.
I think even more players than that won't ever experience the raid at all.
Yeah, they may not even play it.
Truth.
Yeah, if they don't want, yeah, they may not even go for that. And what I'm trying to get at here with all this, with this slightly, tangential thing here, is that I think that all these players who are kind of moving to other games, right? They are attributing their enjoyment to the wrong reason, right? They're saying, oh wow, it's because the game is better, or it's the game is being developed in a better way. Whereas in reality, all these games are good, right? They're all good games. It's just the only difference is that you haven't done all the content in one of them.
Yeah.
And I think that if you continuously go around in this approach, in a way, you're kind of doomed to make the same mistake. Like you're doomed just to burn out over and over again, because eventually you're going to have all the rewards, you're going to have done all of it, you're going to have beaten all the content, and it's just gone, and it's over, and the journey is over. And I think this is the approach that needs to happen here for all players, and all players who are moving around, is instead go, right, what can I do? Do I want to keep playing the game, or do I want to go play something else? Because you can MMO hop. I think that's fine.
Yep.
But I think that if you go into this with the wrong approach, then the same thing is going to happen to you later on, right? Like the exact same place you were in with Guild Wars 2 or WoW will happen to you in whatever MMO you go to. You're going to reach the end of the journey and not know what to do.
Absolutely. Yeah, by just hopping to a new game rather than trying to bring something of yourself into the experience, right? To make it what matters to you. If you don't do that, if you just hop to a new one, you're kind of kicking the can down the road, and you just got to deal with it in 6 months or a year and a half, or however long it takes you to burn through, 4 expansions for another game. So what you're talking about, Teapot, sounds a lot to me like this. It's like taking responsibility for making the experience that you want. I think I've caught you on stream a few times calling out your viewers for leaning on video games, and specifically Guild Wars 2, for their enjoyment, for their fulfillment, for their satisfaction, for their validation. And I've seen you exhibit some frustration, and you can tell me if this is fair, about saying no. Like, if you don't want that, don't do that. Do what you want. Do you want this thing to be in the game? Then make it happen. If you want, a parade around Divinity's Reach that happens once a day, call up some friends and make it happen. Don't wait for the developers to put an event notification in there for you to do it. Make the experience you want. And that's a message that I really love myself, because what I'm doing with the podcast is essentially that. I was a passive Guild Wars 2 gamer like the one you're describing, and it wasn't enough. And so now I do content like this, and suddenly the game is a lot more... I have a much different perspective on it. I feel like I'm bringing what I want into the experience. Anyway, jump in.
Yeah, no, this is definitely fair. I do experience a lot of frustration with this, because again, I view this as people kind of dooming themselves, right? The alternative is that hear the ticking of the clock, right? It's only a matter of time until you're going to stop enjoying it, right? Like that's what I see. Okay. I see all these people, they're in the chat and they say stuff like, oh, I don't enjoy the game because there's no content, there's nothing to do, right? Blah, blah, blah. I wish I could enjoy the game, but there's nothing that can be done. And it's like, well, there's plenty you can do. And they say, oh yeah, I just pug raids, I clear them, and then I log out of the game. It's like, well, that doesn't sound like much fun at all, does it? Right? Like, of course it's not going to be fun, right? But then, you need to look at it and go, okay, like what could I actually be doing? Could I play with friends? Could I join a community? Could I actually try and change things, right? Because people say that raids are dead. Oh yeah, raids are dead content. Well, how about we get more people playing raids? Or raids are too easy. Great. Do them with low amounts of players, or even better, do it with new players. Because trust me, playing with new players in Guild Wars 2, like that's where the real content is. That's the challenge, okay? Okay. Be a part of something, like make something happen, right? Just do it. It doesn't take a lot to actually, in my opinion, improve your enjoyment of the game. But players just kind of sit in their routines and do the exact same thing and expect ArenaNet to cater to their every whim, and then also experience something to change because of this. Well, nothing's ever going to change if you do the exact same thing every single day. That's just not how it works. That just doesn't make any sense. Like it's completely insane to expect ArenaNet to completely bend to say the whims of a veteran player when the veteran scene just is essentially kind of withering, right? Okay, like it's essentially withering away. So unless we actually are able to create this demand for this content, then why would they ever change, right? Like if the raid scene, if the PvP scene, raid scene, world versus world scene, if it's slowly dwindling, then why on earth would Arena ever change their policy regarding it? Right, like that's what I see here, because Arena, and this makes, I think this is the thing that people, also need to wake up, because you can criticize Arena, and I've criticized Arena, and I think there's a lot of fair criticisms of Arena that you can make, but ultimately I think that we as the community have to also, get kind of respect ArenaNet for what it is. ArenaNet is a business, and they make content for their players, and they want content that loads of players can enjoy and loads of players want to enjoy and want to get engaged with. And if no one's playing raids, then ArenaNet shouldn't make raids, okay? Because that is their job, right? Their job is to make a game that lots of people like, right? And if lots of people don't like raids or don't want to play raids, then they shouldn't make raids. Now, obviously, like as a player who's into raids, I wish they would, of course, but ultimately I have to respect the fact that they need to make money, right? And they are ultimately, like as the audience changes and the demographics change, then so too will the game, right? And I think a lot of players, funny enough, the players who tend to complain about this a lot are actually the players who are, they kind of live in a bit of an echo chamber. They live in their own bubble, and they believe that their concerns are the concerns of the majority of the player base. In reality, the opposite is true. The reality of the situation is that players who care about raids are the extreme minority, right? And therefore, like people say, oh, ArenaNet should listen to us. Well, I often bring up a comparison to democracy, right? Like, because this is kind of like it is a bit of a tyranny of the majority thing. It's kind of the downside of democracy. The downside of democracy is that sometimes you don't win. And that's what's going on here, right? If 90% of the player base don't want raids and 10% do, well, what does the 10% have to do? Does the 10% need to shout louder, right? Or do they need to actually convince the 90% that raids might not be so bad? Do they maybe need to actually help those 90% engage with raids? Because what it seems to be me is that the players who kind of want change in the game, one, refuse to enact any kind of action to help the community who's not really interested in that content get into it. They also engage in, often fairly toxic behaviors, and will say,
Right.
oh, these casuals need to get good. Like these players are idiots, right? Oh, never
Community
give them
versus
easy mode,
community
okay?
negativity.
Yeah. And they'll just start fighting. But the thing is, like, to me, I don't exactly. And here's the thing, okay? Because there is a part of me that doesn't exactly disagree with that. Right. I'm a player who does think, yeah, you should work for stuff, right? Challenge should be part of the game. Okay? But the thing is, what's the alternative? Like the alternative is just die on this hill and say, oh yeah, games should be hard. And then you can play your one Souls game a year, and then that's it. Right? You'll never get anything like this. Like, welcome to 2021, right? This is the year of the mobile game. This is, in fact, well, no, let's say this is the decade, okay?
This is one
Apple
of
doomed us all when they invented the iPhone, right?
Yeah, this has been going this way for a little while.
And I think that a lot of players, they think that they're kind of like fighting a war against the casuals, but they're not. You've been occupied by it's over. It's over.
The war is over. You lost.
Yeah, it's over. You lost. It's over. Right? You're like this crazy guy, like, shouting how, oh yeah, the Raiders will rise again, right? Like, no, this is long gone. This is ancient history, right? You know what I mean? Like, this is game over. And this is why I think that, if you are a Raider, if you are a PvPer, if you are a world versus world player, don't fight this, because you've already lost. And you need to actually start thinking about, okay, how can we actually improve the situation?
Yeah.
And I think this is the key fact that players are missing here. They're missing this insight that we are not the ones who are kind of holding the cards here, right? We're the ones who need to actually make the compromises and actually try and improve the situation. Because if we don't, it's only going one way, right? I think there probably will be one more raid that gets released at some point. If it doesn't go well, it will probably be the last one. And this is a part of this, and certainly fueled by the expansion, is why I created and why I'm on so fervently tryharding this mission, is because in my opinion this really is it. It's not for Guild Wars 2, but this is it for the hardcore scene. When I say hardcore scene, I mean PvP, world versus world, and raids,
Right.
and hardcore PvP, endgame PvP.
Yeah.
This is the last stand. We are really last standing this.
Mm-hmm.
And if we don't reach out to the broader community and say, hey, yeah, you guys are welcome here and we'll help you. We'll give you builds that will help you play and we'll give you easier options and strategies that you can use to clear this stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And we will welcome you into our community and we'll make it accessible and we'll make it easier, right? If we don't do this, then how could we ever expect ArenaNet, or not even ArenaNet, how could we ever expect things to change if we aren't willing to change the state of play, right? If we just leave
Boom.
the
That's
variables
it right
as they
there.
are right now,
Mm-hmm.
right? If we're going to just leave stuff as it is, then why would anything ever change from its current trajectory, right? Yeah, the raid scene is dwindling, right? Yeah, PvP is dwindling. So if we don't change anything, then why would that ever change, right? You know, if you just leave a ball rolling down a hill, I mean, what's going to happen? What do you expect? I mean, it's going to roll down the hill, and you know you need to put your foot in front of it to stop it rolling down the hill, or even kick it back up the hill. And this is kind of what I was getting at last time. I mean, last time when I said that if you stop organizing stuff, then it just dies immediately. This is true, and it's kind of still true. I'm trying to change that, but it's still true, and it's the thing that I think, in my opinion, the Guild Wars 2 community really lacks. And again, I want to be super coachy because I actually wait. Hang on, hello viewers, hello viewers and listeners on the podcast.
Hello.
If you guys have made it this far, right? You may well be thinking that, wow, this is very, very doom and gloom. I want to be very clear. I am actually really enjoying playing the game right now and streaming the game with what I'm doing and, trying to organize this community. And I actually feel very positive. I'm very happy with the progress I've been making with doing some of these missions, these things that I'm trying to organize. I'm having a great time. It's just that I have got into an incredibly pragmatic mindset, and I view all these issues within the community and I go, right, we have to fix this. Right, we have, I'm looking. Yeah, these are problems. These are big problems, and we need to fix them now. They need to be fixed.
Yeah, the first step towards actually working towards a better future is to recognize the present, know where you are, name the issues, be realistic. Don't delude yourself.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
there are a few things you pointed out there that I want to kind of signal boost. Number one, the casual Leviathan that's out there that we never hear from, but whose metrics and whose data actually drives the entire direction of this industry. The fact that raiders are in a embattled minority. There actually is a question I have for you about the raiding thing. It's an idea that I've heard, and I wonder how you feel about it. And it's a suggestion of, it's kind of a retort to the idea of, well, if people aren't playing raids, why should they make them? This is a retort that I've heard. I'm curious what your take on it is. And it's that, yes, it may be okay to have content in the game that is not played by many, if it is still consumed by them indirectly. Because if you create high-level Apex content that keeps streamers and creators busy, the knock-on effect of having more creator involvement and interest will have an effect through social media that will amplify the profile of the game, make more people find it, make more people excited to engage with it, and maybe they'll find raids or whatever that content is. Maybe they won't, but it'll be worth the investment in that content, not because of who is directly playing it in the game, but because of a broader effect. What do you think of that idea?
I mean, this is true. This is valuable, extremely valuable. Okay. The great example of this is, once again, with stuff like Final Fantasy and World of Warcraft, I think. If you look at the content creation scene there, I think it is a huge part of it. When you have these massive streamers taking a look at it, that is a big deal. When you have Asmongold trying it with his gang, that is massive. Yeah, that is absolutely huge. And I think that raid content is indeed good for this, but I think this is something that ArenaNet is not necessarily concerned with. And I guess they've just made the trade-off and they just think that it isn't really worth it. That's not their niche in the market. I guess they don't want to directly compete with these other games, because if they do say, yeah, we're going to be a raiding game, that puts them head-to-head with incredibly established games like World of Warcraft and Final Fantasy.
Yeah, it's a tough game to win.
That's not what Guild Wars 2 is. That's not Guild Wars 2. Guild Wars 2 is this very PvX, right? There's different game modes in Guild Wars 2, right? Whereas Final Fantasy and WoW are certainly more PvE focused. Like the end game is raids. That isn't the case in Guild Wars 2. Right? In Guild Wars 2, it's PvP. It's world versus world. It's raids if you want, practice if you want, or you can just do open world. or you can just do
Mm-hmm.
nothing, right? Like, like Guild Wars 2 is a very wide open game. And I think they don't want to confuse, I don't think they want to kind of dilute the identity of their own product because of that. So that's kind of like the way I see it, and why they might not want to compete there. I think they actually could. I think the raids here are very good, but
Yeah.
also I guess that trade just isn't really worth it. Like Guild Wars 2 is not, a number one streaming game right now. It isn't. It isn't there. So it's kind of like, would they go for raid content and high end aspirational content to gamble on that?
Mm-hmm.
Probably not. And it is also worth noting that I imagine one of the really big things on why these other games make this type of content is because it is actually accessible in these other games. Like, if you look at stuff like WoW and Final Fantasy, yeah, like they have easy settings, they have
Mm-hmm.
easy modes, right? Whereas in Guild Wars 2, yeah, you don't. And if you don't understand the game, you will never beat this content, right? You will never win. Like if you don't get over the skill, floor, right, essentially for a raid, you will never kill it, ever. It's never going to happen.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And this is kind of a big problem because, yeah, of course, when the new raid wing comes out, there's loads of, Twitch viewers, people are excited, right? All this kind of stuff. But on the other hand, a very, very small amount of people are going to be able to engage with that content. So it may not be worth it. But I agree with that sentiment. I think that sentiment is true, right? Like it is true.
Just generally speaking.
Yeah. Generally speaking, yeah,
Mm-hmm.
aspirational content I think is really good, and I think Guild Wars 2's lack of it and lack of promotion of it certainly is a problem for the game and
Mm-hmm.
the way the game is marketed and the way the game is. But this has been more of a. It's kind of like that ship sailed a while ago, right? I'm not saying they couldn't, get a new ship and sail it again, but this is a mistake that Guild Wars 2 kind of made a lot. They tried to do the PvP esports thing, but that kind of blew up in their face. So they kind of had some of that going on there, but
Mm-hmm.
I don't think they ever quite executed it quite as they would have liked.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I spent a little bit of time learning about the PvP scene, especially when it was kind of thriving and uh, when the Pro League was going. Very different time, and I think it's interesting to look back at the history of where that was and when it kind of petered off. Looking back at the history of the endgame PvE scene, I think back to Heart of Thorns, right? And they announced raids, and um, at the time, I, as someone who was coming to Guild Wars 2 fairly freshly, but someone who had played Guild Wars 1, so I was familiar with the franchise, I thought that was pretty exciting. Like, it got the old school MMO, like, it got the original WoW vanilla raid leader in me excited. Like, yeah, baby, let's go. Let's turn it up to 11. Let's hit it hard. Um,
Mhm.
and then that kind of raids didn't go where I might have hoped they could. I think that there's a conversation to be had about leadership and what leadership change means. And this is fast forwarding way further in the conversation than I was hoping for us to be this far into it. But I think back to that period of Guild Wars. That started roughly in my mind when Maiko assumed game directorship, when he expanded his role from being just the president of the company to also the game director. And I see a lot of things starting to change about approach to endgame, and approach to social media around that time. Does that match
So,
with your recollection? Is that a fair characterization in your mind?
kind of. Like,
Or do you
I
just not
think
want to
ArenaNet is,
speculate? All right.
well, ArenaNet has always been this company that they innovate for the sake of innovation, right? And they didn't ever approve of difficulty settings because it splits the player base, right? And as a result
Sure.
of this, they tried to make raids one size fits all, is what they tried to do.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And the pinnacle of this is actually Wing 7, the Key of Adashim,
Right.
the final wing. And this was a really interesting wing because it's actually a really nicely designed one. Like the bosses are kind of fun, they're kind of cool, right? In fact, Sabir and Adina are excellent from a design point of view.
Mhm.
But the thing is that not many people actually like Wing 7 that much.
Why is that?
And we're talking about hardcore players and we're talking about casual players.
Hmm.
It's a great question. And the answer is because it's even though it's a very easy wing. Actually, no. Let me explain it like this: because it's far too easy for people who know what they're doing, and it's far too hard for people who don't. That's why. And in my opinion, Wing 7 is the ultimate evidence that you cannot do one size fits all. It does not work. It will never. And they did this with strikes, right? They repeated the same mistake with strikes, by the way. You know how they tried to do the difficulty ramp with strikes? You have the easier ones, right? You have the harder ones, all that kind of stuff. But the thing is, this doesn't work because most people, again, strikes are way too easy for people who want a challenge, and they're way too hard for people who are inexperienced and don't really care about getting good at the game. And I think this has probably been one of the top mistakes that ArenaNet has made over the course of their development cycle, is that they essentially do far more work than any other game developer. Okay. When World of Warcraft release a raid, they release 10 bosses and basically everyone can play them.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well,
when ArenaNet release a raid, okay, or a strike mission, they end up releasing it for one particular audience, right? So when a raid comes out, realistically, only raiders can really experience that. When strike missions came out, it didn't really appease the raiders. It only really appeased the more casual audience, right? Who kind of wanted something a bit more accessible. So you can see how you have these different blocks of players in the community, right? You have these different blocks, and the thing is that ArenaNet targets one of them at a time, right? They say, okay, we're going to do something now for the hardcore players and make a raid. Okay, now we're going to do something for the more casual players. But the thing is that other games companies do this all in one go, right? They say, okay, right, we're going to release all of this. It's going to be sufficiently accessible that basically anyone can play through it, more or less ish, right? And therefore they kind of like double their value up. They double the value there. And this is something that just does not work because they end up trying to make it work for everyone and it ends up working for no one, unfortunately.
I think
that's exactly what happened with Wing 7 and with strikes, right? They were like, okay, we're going to make this bridge, but then no one's happy because it's way too hard for people who are still, don't care about being good at the game. And it's ridiculously easy for anyone who knows what their buttons do.
Yeah.
So they made content that appeals to absolutely no one, essentially.
And people who have been burned on raids in the past don't know that the new raid might be for them. One of the things that strikes me about this problem, Teapot, is looking at WoW retail. So like for me, I know that for the level of engagement I want to have with the raids and WoW retail, that I'm probably going to top out at clearing heroic. I'm probably not going to put in the time to do mythic raiding, and that just has to do with the amount of energy I'm willing to put into that specific game when raids are current. So I have this knowledge whenever I approach a new patch to say, oh, what do I have to do to play the heroic content? What item level do I need to have? What dailies do I need to be thinking about doing? Where are my friends at? Who's playing what levels? Who's going to do mythic? Who's just going to do LFR and punch out? Or who's not playing this patch? That kind of thing. So there's this kind of communication that is possible to have because expectations have been set at a meta level about the kinds of investment that are needed at the different points of the content. It's kind of like, in a way, the content for WoW, and this could be a dig depending on how you look at it, is on rails from an expectation perspective. If you're going to engage with some part of the game, at least the classic game modes, thinking about dungeons, battlegrounds, arenas, raids, thinking about those at the end of the game, you can have a sort of like a rating, like what's the golf term? Handicap. You know your handicap, and you're going to play to your handicap. With Guild Wars, like you say, it's not just the fact that the last raid wing might be a problem in terms of not serving one audience or another very well, but there's just a generic kind of question about, well, if I'm this kind of player and I have this much energy and interest to put into the game, what is going to reward this interest? And it's hard to know.
Well, it's hard to know. And also, this is the bizarre thing about Guild Wars 2, because I think a lot of people look at Guild Wars 2 as a very casual friendly game. Right? A very accessible game. And in some aspects, this is true. But in other aspects, this is not true. Okay. Like raids are very inaccessible. And I know a lot of people, and this is kind of the problem we were talking about in the previous segment, right? Like a lot of people go, "Oh, don't be ridiculous, Teapot. Raids are so easy," and this is a problem, right? This is
If you
because
think
people
that
live in a
raids are
bubble,
easy, then you're
right?
part of the problem,
Yeah.
right?
Well, I wouldn't say you're part of the problem. You're just kind of under a slight misapprehension.
Well,
Like
it's a
because yeah, are
failure
the raids?
to perceive the abilities of the
Hmm.
average player. It's a failure to
Yes.
understand the problem that we're actually dealing with.
Yeah. Absolutely. And like this is a thing that you see across the entire game. And I would actually even argue that the same thing is true with fractals. Like fractals, to me, this is epitomized with the agony resistance system, a bizarre system
Oh,
for Guild Wars 2, in my opinion,
I so
because
agree.
you have this you have this idea of, oh, if you want to play a character in fractals, you need to buy infusions for this entire character, and you
Hmm.
need ascended gear in order to even play this game mode.
Yeah.
Now, in and of itself, that's not a big deal, right? That isn't crazy. It's not that hard to get, even for a relatively entry level player. Getting ascended gear, not that bad.
Okay.
But the thing is that you've got to do that for every character. So if I'm playing, say, my Firebrand, and I want to play my Renegade, then I've got to gear an entire new character, buy
Hmm.
agony for that character, right? And then nuke a bunch of gold, and then it's going to take me a while to get that back with that investment, right? This is so weird for Guild Wars 2, particularly seeing as like raids and strike missions don't require ascended gear. This is where it gets really funky, in my opinion.
Yeah.
The game is very the game is very confusing in this respect, and there are a lot of like big accessibility window kind of things that really stick out to me. And raids, again, like they are honestly brutal. If you compare raids to anything outside of raids, it's not even close. Like
Hmm.
fractals are even if you look at tier 4 fractals are a complete joke compared to raids.
Okay.
They really are. They are
Huh.
so much easier. So like it's not just about like the difficulty ramp. It's just that there's not even anything that will get you anywhere near to this.
Hmm.
And there's no like easy way to approach it because again, it's 10 player content, right? It's going to require a lot of wiping to get that. I mean, this is a fun story actually. The first raid I did in Guild Wars 2 was when, of course, when it came out, and I raided with a group there. It was called the what would they call it? Like Black Lion. Oh man, wow! I cannot believe that I can't remember the name of the guild right now. But anyway, yeah, it was like a Black Lion themed guild or something, kind of like a group of just people who were some streamers and stuff like that who were streaming,
Okay. Okay.
and we played with a wide assortment of people, and yeah, it took us nearly a week to kill a Veil Guardian, just Veil Guardian for the
Ooh.
first time.
Yeah.
And this was super interesting to me because you realize that, wow, yeah, like that was probably the closest thing I had to a regular player's experience in raids. Like that kind of first time was probably how most players experience raids a lot of the time
Hmm.
because it took such a long time to kill that. And now, obviously, yeah, things have moved on a bit. Raids are still a lot better. There's been a lot of power creep. Still, I think a
Yeah.
lot of players have a similar experience where they might play for hours and hours and hours and not kill it. And I think that's very frustrating for a lot of players. And I think if that isn't inaccessible, then what is, right? That is quite inaccessible, I think, for the majority of players. Like that's very difficult
Hmm. Hmm.
for most players to get into. And I think that we need to recognize that. And I think ArenaNet also needs to recognize this and try and fix this because I kind of get the allure of not wanting to have difficulty settings because it simplifies your game and can give a more uniform experience. But the problem with this is that we're dealing with such a huge variety of skill levels and interests within the game, right? That it's just I don't think it's going to work, and you end up just making everyone really mad by going in this direction.
Yeah, I know that design for any game, there's always a phase where you have to cut things. You have this idea for how a new system or a new piece of content can exist, and typically what ends up being manifested within the actual game client is a shaved down version of the original idea. Um,
Hmm.
yeah, where I was going with that is not too interesting. Forget that.
Oh
Forget
yeah,
that.
I was waiting.
No, like I thought I had something interesting to say, but I really don't. But actually, there's another thing I want to ask you about. Let's redirect that. Uh, so talking again about, I really want to relate back to what I was saying about knowing that I'm a heroic raider in World of Warcraft and the value of that. and how easy that makes it for me to understand how to engage with stuff. Um, there's this. Maybe it's a problem. Maybe it's an opportunity. I'm open to different ways of describing it. Um, but I talked to one of the devs a few weeks ago, and a conversation arose as a result of that about the difficulty ladder in Guild Wars 2, about what the rungs on the ladder are, and what could be the rungs from open world content and living story content all the way up through incorporating things like world versus world and PvP, which would be near the top. Obviously, the hardest thing to do is to fight another player. And where does rating fit within that? Where do fractals fit within that? And where, if you are a player who's wanting to take bigger and bigger bites of the experience, how could you be led through that? And where are the biggest gaps in terms of the rungs? Where do you think the biggest gaps are?
You know, this is weird. This actually might be an insanely unusual answer, but I actually think it's the first rung. In fact, I think it's the only relevant one. I think it's the only important rung that isn't there as the first one. I think the only reason why players, yeah, sure. Like the only reason why players have any difficulty with Guild Wars 2 is because they fundamentally don't understand the game.
Okay.
Right.
And why is
I think
that?
it's because the game is complicated and it's a hard game. Guild Wars 2 is a hard game. Very hard game, I think.
What makes it hard?
The combat system is complicated.
Let's talk about that.
And the way it works is weird. So I think that if there's anything that you want to do, if there's anything you want to try and fix, it's a way to help players understand the very basics of the game. Mm-hmm. How does dodging work? How do boons work? How does DPS work in this game? Mm-hmm. What about reviving? What about positioning? Like that is what people really struggle with.
Yeah, boons.
You'll see
the importance.
I mean, just turn on Arc DPS and go in open world. Mm-hmm. Right. The game is very skill based. You'll see players in open world who are using abilities, but using those abilities makes them worse. Right. And this sounds very, very harsh and maybe a little bit toxic, but it's true. Like a lot of players who use skills end up with lower DPS because they use the skills wrong. Uh-huh. I think this is a very kind of counterintuitive thing about Guild Wars 2 is that sometimes abilities are only good if you use them well. I was actually, I recently started playing with a fairly new player and he was trying to play Power Chronomancer.
Okay.
And he was using Continuum Split to reset all his cooldowns.
Right.
To do his rotation.
A complicated mechanic, let's be honest.
Yeah. Here's the interesting thing. When he stopped doing Continuum Split, his DPS doubled.
He was splitting his DPS.
He was using the ability so poorly that one ability was halving his damage. And you'll see this across the board. Players in open world are doing far worse than auto attack DPS.
Yeah.
Okay, far worse than auto attack DPS. And this is because they just don't understand how the combat system works. Mm-hmm. And like the analogy I always give on this stuff is like it's kind of I'm trying to come up with a different analogy here, but I always say something like, it's like trying to do algebra without understanding how addition works. Right? Like trying to teach like a player a raid or a fractal or even a strike mission or even a dragon response mission or even the twisted marionette without them understanding how the combat system works, it's complete nonsense. Right? Like the player will not be able to comprehend what you're talking about.
How's this for a metaphor? See if this describes it to you. It's kind of like knowing how to drive a sedan, how to right-hand turn signal, how to drive in city traffic, and getting behind the wheel of a high-performance racing car.
In a way, yeah. I mean, although I would say that's a little bit too generous. Again, I'm not kind of like trying to roast more casual players here, but no, they don't even know how to like ride a bike or walk, right? It's just that there's
still the crib.
Yeah. They're
all right,
still
baby,
baby,
drive
right?
this race car.
Their arms around. Yeah, and they're just going to go drive.
Because I think that like
there's loads of buttons and dials everywhere, and it just makes no sense.
From other MMO experiences I've had, like it's just harder to play badly than it is in Guild Wars 2. And it isn't just the combat system, it's also the gear system. It's a lot easier to gear badly, I feel like, too. If you look
Yeah.
at gear in in modern World of Warcraft, like it is so on rails. It is very hard to make bad gear choices. But with Guild Wars 2, I think it's the default is to make bad gear choices because it's very difficult to know how you should use the combat system to get success and how the gear interacts with the combat system unless you're going outside the game to all these tools, and the 80% of players will never do that.
This is correct, and I think you've hit the nail right on the head there. In Guild Wars 2, the game lets you be catastrophically bad. It can. And look, this is something that Mike Z said a while back when he was still at the company. He said that if you're looking at player skill, like top players are doing 10 times more damage than your average player.
That's a number.
Right? 10 times.
Yeah, man.
More damage. Right. And when you put that in perspective, then you realize where the rung is missing, in my opinion. Right. Because when you go, oh, wait, 10 times less damage. Well, just imagine every raid you've ever done. Imagine Veil Guardian, even Mercer Overseer.
Okay.
And then think, what if you had 10 times less DPS? What if the fight took 10 times longer?
It'd still be in there.
So, maybe if you're killing Veil Guardian, and maybe Veil Guardian takes you, say, 5 minutes. Let's say it's a 5-minute boss kill. Normal time.
Okay.
What if it was 50 minutes?
Even those low mans don't take that long.
No. Even a solo doesn't take that long sometimes. Actually, that's not true. A duo is quite fast. A solo, I think, takes around 50 minutes, I think, to 2 hours. It's like an hour to 2 hours to solo it. And this is a big problem, because all of a sudden, then you can say, oh, this is how you do this. This is how that mechanic works, right? Stand there, do this, do that. None of that is you can't even begin to have that conversation because that boss has got an 8-minute enrage timer and you're going to kill it in 50. Okay. So you can't even talk. There is no point in saying, go in the green circle, stand here, don't get teleported. That is meaningless gibberish at that point. When you're
mechanics
at that
don't matter.
It means nothing. If you can't get over that initial hump of this is how you heal, this is how you apply boons, this is how you do DPS, this is how you attack, this is how you defend, this is how you survive, then anything like, oh, this mechanic, this, that, whatever, it is completely irrelevant, right? It means nothing. And this is actually one of the reasons why I kind of stopped doing raid guides, because I just came to this realization that they were useless, because who's watching them, right? Who is going to actually get value out of these raid guides? Because the real problem is that people can't even use the raid guide, right? They don't know how to apply the information there. The information won't help people. When you say, oh yeah, this is how you do this encounter, you are not helping people who actually need help. You're basically helping people. You're speeding up people who are already going to do it, is what you're doing. Right? When you say, oh yeah, do this, do that, you're just basically accelerating people, but you aren't helping people
Preaching
who are
to the choir.
cut out.
Yeah.
Essentially, yeah. And what we need to be doing, this is my opinion, and to be clear, I actually do value raid guides, and I do want to have one for every boss. I do want to get that done, actually. I'm kind of working on it. So I know that sounds a bit weird now that I said that, but I'm also very aggressively attacking, in my opinion, the far greater issue, which is the fact that most players cannot engage with the game. They don't know where to begin. They have no baseline from which to jump, right? They don't have this start point.
The missing rung.
Lost. And this is, by the way, I don't want to, I'm trying to avoid sounding condescending here as well, because this is kind of like, if you're trying to learn, say, a foreign language or something, right? Or you're trying to just, have a conversation in a foreign language. If you don't know the language, it's impossible, right? You can't go to Germany and start just speaking to someone who, you can't just say, hey, I'm just going to, I've never spoken German before, don't know how the language works whatsoever. I don't understand the grammar. I don't understand the syntax, right? And you just go over there and just start trying to talk to people. It's just not going to work, right?
I know exactly what you mean.
Right. And this is the thing, right? If you people don't have this kind of baseline knowledge of how this stuff works, it's just
Mm-hmm.
nothing you can do is really going to get them past that. You need to have this baseline understanding, and then you can move on from that point. You need to, if people know what boons are, then suddenly it's way easier to do stuff. If people know how stats work and what gears are, or how gear works, then all of a sudden it's way easier to get to this point. But if you don't have that, there's nothing you can do. And again, this is not really even, it doesn't say anything about the player in particular. It's just that if you lack knowledge, you can't do something, right? If you don't understand how to solve a mathematics problem, it's not because you're necessarily like, a big dum-dum, or you're just an incompetent mathematician. It's because you don't know how to solve the problem, right? And then if someone explains it to you, or if you learn how to solve it, then you can. And this is the core issue, in my opinion. The core issue is that players just do not have the ability to solve the problem, and they don't understand how to understand. They don't know how to learn it. They don't even know how to begin looking at it, right? It's kind of like one of those things, when you're in, I don't know, like you're doing something, a very complicated project, and there's just so much out there that you're like, oh, where do I even begin, right? Like, where do you even start with this stuff?
Right.
And like that is, and the thing is, I'm 100% sure that almost everyone watching it, and everyone that I'm talking about, can actually has a similar situation that they've experienced. I'm sure that almost everyone has a skill that they have, that maybe they're very good at a certain sport, or maybe they do speak a language, or they are a developer, a programmer, or they are good at art, right? They can draw or something, or play an instrument, right? They've probably been in a situation where they've been looking at someone else try to do it and go like, oh my goodness, like what is going on here? Like, what are you doing? When you're dealing with someone at work who's hasn't got a bloody clue, right? And you think like, what is going on here? Like, it's the exact same thing with Guild Wars too, right? It's the exact same thing. If people don't know what they're doing, then there's just so much to go over before you can get them to the point where they're able to do it on their own.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, I think it's a point well made. Let me ask you a question. Have you heard of PlanetSide 2?
Yes.
For those who haven't, it's like World versus World with guns. It's an easy way to think about it. And tanks and airplanes. It's a game that I love. And it's a game with a very small following, like 2,000 daily active players. It's a game that I've tried to get friends into in the past. And me being competent and I think a decent communicator, I've done a good job of helping my friends know how to approach the game, give them the knowledge they need to have success within the game. In my experience, though, pretty much all of my friends bounce off the game. Not because they don't know how to be successful, because they don't care about being successful. So I guess the question I want to ask you, Teapot, is where do you think this audience of people who are out there who will make a different decision about Guild Wars 2 is because of having more knowledge about how combat and gear and all that stuff works?
Now, this is where the ultimate Dooma pill, red pill, is about to drop here, because you're absolutely right. This is the reality, and you can scream, you can shout, but this is reality, and there's no way around it. Yeah, most people don't care. And most people never will care. I can make all the guides I want, explain everything that I want. Realistically, I'm never going to get a large majority of people, because people just don't care, and that's fine, by the way. Think again, and I would encourage the audience to do this for themselves, because I see someone in the chat saying that just admit that most people are bad. Well, every person that you're calling bad right now, right, they're probably better than you at something, right? If that's a skill in real life or another game. Right? Maybe they play Guild Wars 2 very casually, but they're an excellent League of Legends player, for example, right? And they're far better than you at League. They would say the same thing about you, right? Or they could say the same thing about you, not that they necessarily would. And this is because in your life, you choose what you want to put effort into.
Yep.
And you don't want to put effort into everything, because you can't.
You won't be useful
right?
anything if you try that.
Yeah. You can't invest all your time into everything. Right? It's not going to work. And the reason I advocate for trying to help, because this is my overall philosophy. This is the philosophy of Teapot here, is that I don't really worry about things that are outside of my control. And the real solution is the solution that every other MMO has come up with, right? Is to limit bad choices that you can make, and also difficulty settings. so that the content becomes accessible.
Mm.
For example, like stuff like looking for aid, easy mode, right? All this kind of stuff. I mean, if you look at a lot of these games, I mean, like the great examples is stuff like Celeste, right? Celeste is an incredibly customizable game
How's
with
it
the way
work?
it's
I don't know
difficult.
much about it.
Right? Okay. Well, you can tweak almost everything, like from the game speed to like almost everything can be changed, right? Like
Okay.
it's
Okay.
very, very customizable. And obviously, you can't do that in an MMO. But what you can do is that you can add different difficulties to the point where it's essentially kind of like playing a very simple version of the game, right? And this can apply to very challenging games too, actually, because I got into a lot of debates about stuff like Dark Souls and Sekiro having difficulty options and how it wouldn't really negatively impact the game. And the game that's in a way kind of in a similar genre to this is a game called Fury. Okay, which is not exactly like these games. It's a bit more of like a kind of a bullet hell simulator,
Okay.
but it's very much designed to be a challenging. It is a game that is built from the core up as a challenging experience.
Okay.
Okay, it is a hard game,
Okay.
and but it has an incredibly easy mode. It's called Promenade mode, which is basically you can just play through the story. Right, you can play through it. This is a very, very hard game. It still is very challenging for those who want a challenge if they want to play it on the hardest difficulty setting. But it also has a lot of accessibility. And every other game except Guild Wars 2 has figured this out. Right? I think that ArenaNet probably are clued into this by now. I would certainly hope so anyway. But yeah,
astonished that they weren't. Yeah.
yeah. The only way to do this is to add easy mode and options for players who don't care. Because if you don't, then you're just not going to get value out of content. World of Warcraft realizes this. Final Fantasy realizes this. Everyone realizes this, right? It's just that Guild Wars 2 hasn't implemented it yet. But the reason I say make guides and like do this stuff, because even if we can help 1%, that's more than zero, right? And I think that if we don't, then we are kind of in a way setting ourselves up for failure. Like, suppose that I really do a great job, right?
Okay.
I mean, suppose that I do a really good job, because I hope I do, right? And this is kind of like going into the Hardstuck stuff, right? But I'm running a community called Hardstuck right now. We aim to help players learn the game and get into raids and PvP and all that stuff. Let's suppose that I can generate a community of, let's say, 10,000 players who are now raiding, PvPing, playing world versus world. Awesome.
Yeah.
That would be unbelievably significant, because let me tell you this, guys. Okay, the amount of players who raid probably is isn't that much higher than that, and the number of people who PvP is definitely not that much. Certainly at a high level is definitely not that much higher than that. And the same thing with world versus world too. Right, these communities are small, and this is kind of what I love about Guild Wars 2, and in a way what I love about our position, and why I'm so optimistic, actually, Deeg, is because we have so much power, right? Like if I'm streaming, okay, for say 500 viewers,
Yep.
those 500 people there, right? That is a size. That's a lot of people. Right, so we have this unprecedented influence over the community, and yes, it's true that I can't add difficulty settings to the game. It's true that I can't resolve the issues around some of the accessibility, like making gear a bit easier to understand or adding a tutorial. But what I can do is help people, and what I can do is make sure that we, the community, are upholding our side of the deal, our side of the bargain, which is that we need to maintain some of the stuff. I also think there are a few things that can't be fixed in the community by ArenaNet. For example,
like what?
Kill proof, gatekeeping. These are things that only we can fix in the community. But yeah, like so just kind of come full circle and actually address what you actually asked, because I know I kind of went on a bit of a tangent there, but the people who will, kind of want to learn and will improve, I actually think that's a fairly small segment, but it's the only segment that I can actually directly affect.
Yes.
I can't affect people who don't want to learn. Okay, I can't make them want to. And by the way, that's fair, right? For example, I have absolutely, no interest, right, in playing Candy Crush. Okay, and I have no interest in being good at that game, right? Okay.
Okay.
And that's fine, right? Like, who cares, right? Oh, great. I have no interest in that.
Yeah.
And it's the same thing with Guild Wars 2. If a player says, I don't care about being good, fine, great, right? And that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that.
Yep.
And yeah, those players, that's who ArenaNet can target. Like ArenaNet can fix stuff. They can add these difficulty settings. They can add story mode. They can add better accessibility to the game. But the
Mm-hmm.
players that we can target, we can't reach those guys. So we have to do what we can, right? So it's certainly true that, yeah, like there might not be hordes of these players who just kind of want to learn. In fact, I think there aren't. But the thing
Mm-hmm.
is that doesn't mean we shouldn't try, and it also doesn't mean that we are powerless. And I think a lot of people, they find it a convenient excuse, right?
Right.
They go, oh, nothing we can do because players don't want to learn, right? I think that's the easy option. That's the coward's way out, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like that's something that it's like, oh, nothing I can do, so it's not my problem anymore. Well, okay, maybe if you want to give up that easy, then you can do that, I guess. But realistically, I don't think that's really true. I actually think I think as a community in a small game like Guild Wars 2, we have an unprecedented amount of influence over the community because of how small it is.
Yeah. I think you're totally right about that. Um, I've seen the tone of community conversation shift around pieces of content people have made around certain announcements. When you're in a smaller pond, you can make a bigger splash. And I think too about what you're talking about in terms of like kind of like a model for interacting. A model for being an end game player in a community like Guild Wars is, or really any video game, let's say. Um, and one of the things I really appreciate about you, Teapot, is that you model this attitude of agency. You model this attitude of the people playing the game, they are not the product. The product is what the player makes. It's about. It's not about consuming reality as it arrives to you. It's about making reality as you arrive to it. And it advocates for a certain sort of almost humanity, a certain respect, a self-respect that I think my hope is that we would all have for ourselves and how we spend our own time. How miserable an existence if your entire day, if all the hours that we put into MMOs, if the only thing we got out of that was a little bit of comfort and to experience content being drip fed into our eyeballs. How sad would that be compared to spending, say,
I wouldn't
1/10
say
of
that's
that time?
necessarily sad.
Well, to me, it is. This is my take. I
Yeah.
think it's sad. I think,
Mhm.
I think to me, what becomes interesting about MMOs is that they are actual virtual worlds, and they have so much space for player agency because there's so many different things to do. As you pointed out, there are so many ways to have an effect. You're hitting the end game stuff, but there's a whole bunch of stuff people do that doesn't have any overlap with what you're doing. I think about like the music guilds that are out there. I think about the guilds that are organizing dry top runs like a couple times a week. Like there's way more stuff to do than even you can fit into the I don't know how many hundreds of hours you streamed last month. Absurd amount of time. And I'm really taken aback. But the true opportunity, in my opinion, curious what you think, isn't what content is allowed for by the game. It's the content that is allowed for by the capacity of the human playing it. The content that we're engaging in right now, you and me, Teapot, I'm enjoying myself. I hope you are too. But this is not
Oh, it's
content that was
terrible.
given.
Get me off. Get me out of here.
Gosh.
Chat, get me out of here.
But this is not an experience that was engineered for us. No one made this happen other than you and me. And this is something that I get a lot of value and meaning out of. I'm not saying everyone needs to make a podcast. Not everyone needs to be an endgame raider and make instructional videos or stream 1,000 hours a week like Teapot does. But the point is, find something of yourself in the experience and find a way to develop it. This is something I'm a major advocate of. I think it's the only way to start with video games and then find a level of satisfaction. Because otherwise, I think the alternative is the route that you kind of pointed towards earlier, where you're burning through content, you're burning through content, you're burning through content, and then you end up being nowhere because all you're doing is taking what's given to you.
The alternative is that the game will have a shelf life for you. Exactly. Yeah. Like eventually you'll quit. And again, that's not necessarily a problem. Like if you're okay with that, then you're okay with that, right? Like that's kind of okay. Like if you know, but if you want to keep playing the game all the time, then I guess it's not. But no, I do agree with that. Yeah, like I think MMOs, the whole point of them is like the content that you make for yourself, right? That is rather the point of the experience, is that it does give you a lot of freedom. And I think what I do find, what I do find sad in the idea that you kind of portrayed there, like is exactly that. Like, is the fact that people will just kind of give up on their own agency within the game and view themselves as like essentially completely at the mercy of the developer.
Right.
Which I just don't think is true. I don't think is true at all, actually. And in fact, I think that, I think looking at MMOs as something that the developer makes content and then that's it, right? I think that, that is, in my opinion, the wrong way to look at an MMORPG. That's not the right way to go about it.
What's the alternative in your mind?
Oh, no, I mean, no, no, maybe I didn't express myself quite correctly. Now I'm agreeing with you. I think the alternative is essentially quitting the game. Like, I mean...
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, no, I'm agreeing with you on this. Yeah, like I think that if you don't want to kind of take a hand in the community, eventually, you just aren't going to want to play anymore because you're just going to run out of content. There will be nothing left for you in the game. And again, not that that's necessarily a bad thing. It's just I think that is the reality, and I think that I would really encourage players. What you were talking about there with agency, like this is the really important thing because I think a big part of certainly my frustration. So this could be me projecting a little bit, but certainly a lot of frustration that I think a lot of players experience is because they do feel powerless. They feel like the game isn't what they want it to be, and it never will be. And I would encourage people to say, okay, maybe that is true because that might be true.
Yep.
And even with the expansion, maybe that might be true. This case is what we were talking about right at the start of the podcast. Maybe that won't be the case. Maybe it will never will be. But that doesn't mean that there aren't things that you can change. That doesn't mean that there aren't things that you can do to enjoy the game, because the whole point of the game is interacting with other people. And if you're not willing to kind of change your approach, then I mean, you probably will not. Your experience in the game is not going to change significantly. Like this is like the ultimate. Again, this is the ultimate reality check here. I think. Like, if anyone here in the chat seriously thinks that the game releasing like 5 new maps with the expansion and 9 new elite specs is going to revolutionize your experience of the game, I'm sorry, you're laughing, right? Like, that's not going to happen. Having new content is great. It's going to be awesome. But is that really going to actually fundamentally change your perspective on the game? No, of course not. It absolutely isn't. Like, even if they add in like loads of really cool new features, it won't actually change it, right?
Yeah, I think that you can describe a lot of behavior, weird, bad, questionable behavior, by a simple question of incentives. What are the base incentives that people have to behave in different ways? And with MMOs, I mean, that's written right on the wall. Daily quests, weekly quests, resets, cosmetic rewards, gear rewards. Teapot, you still there? Your video's frozen. Teapot. How's it going, chat? Teapot is taking a nap. Teapot has deactivated. What a great frame. Teapot ran out of energy. Brimstar. I don't know if that's possible. I don't know if I want to believe that. I think my worldview would shatter. Charge his battery. Just a moment of self-care and reflection. There it is, Sarah. I love it. Okay, well, here it is. I was going to propose a short break here anyway, so we'll go ahead and take it sooner than I planned. We'll be back hopefully soon, hopefully with some more Teapot. This is really fun. And I hope y'all having fun too. And be right back with more.
I just got my internet died.
Yeah. It was a great moment because you had your eyes closed and everyone was like, Teapot is recharging. Moment for reflection. We all took a moment to reflect.
Yes. Well, yes, hello. Welcome. Welcome to the stream once again, guys. Just starting now. No interruption there. Nothing weird.
Sorry, nothing happened.
Yeah. Yes, indeed. I have returned. I am back. Oh, but yes, where were we?
We were talking about... Okay, I remember. I was going to make a point that I'm pretty sure is pretty smart. We'll see if I'm correct about that assessment. It's about player behavior and agency, kind of the flavor we've been going down for a little bit. The point I was going to make is that, um, I think we can explain a lot of behavior everywhere, not just in games, but everywhere, by pursuit of simple incentives. And most people are kind of consumed by the incentives that are around them. I'm incentivized to do X, Y, Z. It's why we go for fast food instead of healthy food, because fast food is we're massively incentivized to do because it's cheaper and it tastes amazing. Um, and there's this great scene from Dune. Have you read Dune, Mighty Teapot?
No, I haven't.
Well, if you like sci-fi, you should. It's a great book. But in case you don't, let me tell you about one scene I really love. It's the scene of the Gom Jabbar. The Gom Jabbar, the high-handed enemy. What is the Gom Jabbar? Well, let me explain. Essentially, what is happening in this scene is you have a boy, the protagonist of the novel, Paul Atreides. He's kind of like a prince for a noble house. He's been groomed for leadership and combat, and he's kind of like and his mom's kind of like a ninja wizard, part of this ninja wizard order called the Bene Gesserit, and she's been training him. He's kind of like a boy badass, right?
Mm-hmm.
And this old woman, this crone, comes in from off planet, the Reverend Mother. And his mother, who is the biggest badass he's ever known, is terrified of this woman, this crone. Well, why? She's just an old woman. Turns out this is the person who trained his mother, and she's there to test Paul with the Gom Jabbar. The way this test works, Teapot, it's a test of overcoming your instincts with the power of your awareness. And the way the test works is there's a box. So the Reverend Mother approaches Paul and presents him the box. It has a hole in one side. Paul asks the woman tells Paul, the Reverend Mother tells Paul, put your hand in the box. And he asks her, what's in it? Pain. He puts his hand in, starts feeling tingles. And before he starts feeling the pain, the crone whips a needle out from a ring, puts it right up against his neck, tells him not to move. There's a deadly poison in the needle, and if he so much as flinches, he'll be dead before he can react. The woman is testing Paul to see if he can endure the pain to save his life. He does, of course. Paul's a badass. And I love that scene because it describes the importance of the ability to overcome incentive with awareness. And I think what we're describing about approaching Guild Wars 2 neatly fits this metaphor. How do you overcome the incentives of following around daily quests, of doing the things for the rewards, going for the easy incentives, the junk food of the experience? How do you overcome the basic expedient of pain aversion that comes from the quick dopamine drips in order to do something that requires more awareness, requires more investment, requires more of yourself to come out?
Well, this is the problem, right? Like, this is the really hard thing. It's very difficult to do this, I think, because the thing is with this is that you're going to have to essentially do something that might initially seem, almost futile, right? And this is like the double problem with Guild Wars 2, in my opinion. Like, Guild Wars 2 is kind of at the state where if you want to set something up like this and you want to kind of do this, there are not that many people who are kind of used to this sort of thing or even aware of the concept. So it's doubly difficult to set it up because people are not used to dealing with it. And as a result of that, it's a very, very uphill battle to get people to engage with this. I think the real thing is that you just need a few people to kind of lead the way and kind of show people like, oh yeah, it's good. And you need to kind of, you need to demonstrate that it's possible. Okay, and to talk about
Proof of concept.
something here, exactly, proof of concept. You have to prove the concept here. And a really big thing that happened with this was actually in PvP. Actually, so there were for a long time, rank 55 dragons were very, very dominant, right? And an incredibly strong team. And there were a lot of dominant teams that would win the monthly automated tournament basically every time, right? And there was this new team that arrived, and now they're probably one of the more legendary teams that the game's ever seen. They're called the French Worms, or the
Mm,
Lakers now. They kind of have a slightly different name.
okay.
And this team showed people that the gods can bleed, right? Okay, essentially. And
Ooh.
it's the same
Ooh.
thing with this. Like, if you want to get people excited about Guild Wars 2 and about being involved in the community, you have to demonstrate that it works. And you have to demonstrate that it is more fun to go about the game this way, and that you can do this. You can access this content, right?
Mm-hmm.
If you try and if you put in the work, then it is going to give you a result. You have to demonstrate to people that the reward is going to be worth the effort, because ultimately, like, what we're talking about now is not really different. It's not really different actually to anything else in the game. If you are, let's say you're doing an open world map. If you're doing that open world map, like, what's actually going into that? Well, you're
Mm-hmm.
wagering your time against the reward, right? You're saying, okay, I'm going to say spend an hour doing this meta event. I'm going to spend an hour doing Drizzlewood Coast, and
That's right.
it's going to get me some gold, right? I'm going to
Mm-hmm.
get gold. I'm going to get materials, and that's the deal. Now, this is where things do get a little bit tricky, because now we're not talking about a reward in the game. We're talking about something that might help you enjoy the game as a whole better. And
That's
the
right.
deal that we're offering here is we're saying, okay, like, if you put in some time here, then all of a sudden, like, you'll be able to enjoy the game a little bit better. And you have to
Mm-hmm.
prove to people that's a good deal. Like, you've got to say, okay, this is actually a good deal. So that's the way you go about doing it. It's very, very difficult, and I can't really give you a complete answer yet. I'll tell you when I've done it.
Yeah. How do
But no,
you?
seriously, I think this is something that I think a lot of games struggle with these days, right?
Mm,
Like, why is it that World of Warcraft is having difficulty maintaining its player base? Why is it that people are looking for a new experience? Why is that? Well, it's
mm-hmm.
because people aren't enjoying these games in the same way that they used to.
Yeah.
It's just not happening.
The
Like,
audience has
why
become
is
more
it that games
sophisticated.
are,
They're ready for a more sophisticated offering.
yeah, and like, what it's just not good enough anymore these days, right?
Mm-hmm.
You've got to do a bit more a lot of the time here, and as a result of that, like, the player base is is very demanding now, right? They're very, very demanding indeed, and you have to find a way to to make people engage with the game in a way that they'll enjoy it.
Yeah.
It's very difficult to convince people to actually at least try something new, because again, they kind of, again, they don't really want to put effort in, and this idea that
Well, there's a risk.
in order to enjoy, well, there's a
Yeah.
risk. Yeah, there's a risk that you're just wasting your time, and it also is about effort, though. I think a lot of players don't necessarily want to put effort into the game to get enjoyment out. People view games as something that you just play for fun, right? But the idea that you might have to put work into the game in order to enjoy the game, I think, is a bit of an alien concept, maybe even an unappealing concept, in fact.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
Mm-hmm.
and I think this is very, this is very, very true. If you consider the difficulty stuff, for example, like, a lot of players just don't, again, like, they don't really want to be good at the game. They're not really concerned about being good at the game, and they don't
Mm-hmm.
want to put effort in. They just want to get the reward out of the game. It's essentially the same deal here. Like, the offering that, like, I'm presenting is that, yeah, if you kind of work at it a little bit, you can change your environment in the game and change the way you engage sufficiently that you can pretty much survive any content drought. Now, I imagine that sounds pretty good to a lot of people, but maybe they just don't exactly believe me, or they just can't be bothered. They're too indifferent, right? I think
Mm-hmm.
one of the biggest problems with a lot of gamers is just apathy, really, right? Like, they just don't really care, and that's obviously a bit of a problem.
Yeah. A few thoughts kind of come to mind. One is that the idea of risk, and that, doing this thing that's harder requires energy, and they might not get the energy return. They might not get out what they put in. And that comes, I think that idea comes from a failure to recognize the risk of behaving the way you're already behaving. The risk of just doing dailies, the risk of just doing the easy things, because everything you do has some level of risk to it. Every single thing you do has an energy cost to it, whether you're aware of it or not. And there is a risk in not pursuing things that are harder. There is a risk in not taking chances. What's the thing they say about people who are on their deathbeds? That they never talk about regret of doing things. It's always about regret of not having done things, regret of not having chased the rabbit. You know,
Yeah,
I don't know.
and I think that's a great. Well, I think this is a good point here, actually, because the thing is, with the whole idea of, like, kind of putting in effort to enjoy the game, you're offering you're you're saying you need to do some very, very real work. It's completely different to something you've ever done before, and it's going to be very, very difficult. And you're saying, and maybe it will work out, right? Whereas they can
That's
just keep
right.
doing
There's
what
no
they're doing, and
guarantees.
there's no guarantees. And the thing is, what they're doing right now, they already know what's going to happen, right? It's like a step into the unknown, as it
The
were,
devil you
with a lot
know.
of the stuff. Exactly.
Yeah, another way of looking at it too, I think, is if you. I think that there are ways of conceiving not just the games we play, but the world that surrounds those games and everything we do as sort of games at different levels of breadth. Roughly, I think it might be fair to conceive of a game as any kind of undertaking that can be internally conceptualized as having inputs by a person and varying outputs based on those inputs. I do this, I get this result. I do that, it gets that result. And one of the things that I have found useful in playing games and choosing games is trying to ask myself, what skills are these different experiences testing? I look at you, Teapot, and I think that the skills that are being tested for you when you engage with Guild Wars 2 are very different than almost anyone else who's playing it. And it comes, and you've said as much yourself. Like, I think for you, playing the game it's kind of like breathing for you. It's not something you need to put really any effort into. For you, the effort is creating the community. It's creating the movement. It's making the I mean, I already said it, making the community. I couldn't think of another way to say it that was more epic. And essentially, the skill that you're now testing when you do that is very different, and it's a skill that's more broadly useful in many other undertakings that you might do inside and outside of gamings. So there is some utility in figuring out how to do rotations, right? Rotations are things that happen in a lot of different games. You have certain abilities with different cooldowns, and you rotate through those to have an efficient output. That's useful in a lot of different games to understand not just specific rotations, but how to follow rotations, and then at a higher level than that, how to create rotations. That's much harder, obviously. But when we take the time to engage with games on our own terms, for you, community building, for me, podcasts. When you do that, what you do is you actually start playing a different game. And it's a game that has inputs and outputs that reward skills that have different levels of usefulness. And those skills end up becoming part of our identity. Whatever game you're playing, whether it's sitting on the couch watching The Office, whether it's being an entrepreneur and running businesses, whether it's being a streamer, whether it's being a game developer, a mother, whatever it is, you will have different outputs that take root and take a home inside of your identity. And the folly that I hope we all don't fall into is being unaware of the things that we've taken on. And with gamers, I think that gaming is one of those things where people are most likely to fall into identity that they didn't choose consciously, because these experiences are so tailored to capture us. Gaming, social media, these things are kind of cousins. And that's why I like the message that you preach about agency, and why I'm not letting this topic go, and why I love it so much too, because I see it not just as a tool for enjoying a game, Guild Wars 2, I see it as a tool for approaching life in general.
Yeah, for sure. And I think the real key thing with approaching games is to an extent taking responsibility for your own engagement, right? You know, the real key with enjoying games is that you have to be engaged. If you're not engaged, then you aren't going to be enjoying it. Pretty much, that's the way I see it. Like, you know, if you aren't engaged, then there's nothing you can do. And there is a certain point where you have to say, okay, right, I need to take responsibility for being engaged. I need to be the one who's going to drive that engagement, because, you know, like, no matter how good something is, if you do it, you know, if you do it thousands and thousands of times, it's not going to be good anymore. It's just not going to be good.
Yeah. And humans need to progress. We need to continue to adapt. When we're not doing that, we feel bad. It's just part of the way we work. And that's fine to acknowledge. Okay. Well, unless you have anything to add to that, Teapot, I think we've scraped the bottom of that topic. A great topic that I love, by the way. And maybe what we can do is move on to some lighter fare. I want to talk to you about some of the greatest hits of the last year of Guild Wars 2 and get your compressed takes on them. Would you be cool with that?
Yeah, hit
All
me.
right.
What you got?
All right, brother. Number 1, DRMs. Dragon Response Missions. Number 1, why did they come about? Are they good? And will we see more?
They came about because they needed to come up with something that was repeatable. And that's an interesting story. So Dragon Response missions, like, why do they even exist? They exist for the
Yeah.
same reason that strikes exist. They exist because ArenaNet was experimenting a bit because they knew the Icebrood Saga was going to be a bit of a mess. So why not do some crazy stuff anyway? And they wanted to respond to a very popular complaint about the story and about Guild Wars 2 is that it has no replayability, because it doesn't. Guild Wars 2 has ridiculously low replayability, which is insane for an MMO, but it does. They typically have story and replayability separated, that's another. I mean, you could talk for hours about what a catastrophic decision that was, but they tried to address that. That's why they exist. Did they go well? I would actually say yes. I know it's a bit of a hot take, but yeah, I think strikes and Dragon Response missions are not the best execution, but the design idea there, the concept, and the way they actually turned out, I think was really good. Will we see more? You're going to see more strike missions. You won't see more Dragon Response missions, but I think what you will see is you will see the same design philosophy applied to future content.
I would love that. I love how repeatable that content is. I love that because just from the ground up, how it's kind of pretty clear that it's designed with multiplayer in mind. Like, it seems like it's a thing you should be doing with people. A lot of the set piece story content in the game, you can play with others, but it kind of can feel weird to do so, or like it's not really intended, like it's a tacked on thing. The story is about the commander. It's about you, the party leader. DRMs, they're this great, like, to me, like, throwback to kind of old school MMO principles of the content are the players. And yeah, you can play it solo, but I like your take on them. I resonate with it myself. I guess one of the questions I have is, and this is speculation, is the repeatability of. Let me formulate this question properly. Permit me a moment. To suggest that we'll see more repeatability in future story content, to me, means that repeatability is something that would benefit the casual Leviathan, the non-speaking, non-communicating, no content watching, no Reddit posting casual Leviathan. Do you think that's true?
Yes. Yeah, of course. Like, ultimately, casual players want stuff to do as well. And if the content is replayable, that's a win for everyone.
There it is. Okay. And is it your impression that end gamers, raiders, PvPers, the people who want this high octane content enjoy DRMs or are engaging with them?
A lot of players were put off by them, and I have amazing data on this because there was a Dragon Response mission tournament recently.
Right,
and
the community response thing. I saw that. How'd it go?
It went really well. And the winner of the tournament said that when we first started practicing, we thought, wow, this is complete garbage content. This is trash, because they didn't know anything about it, right? And they said, actually, once we started getting into it, we started realizing there's a lot of fun to be had here, and the optimizing was a lot of fun. So I think a lot of people were turned off to it, but that was because of the general atmosphere around the game. Like, people were like, no matter what ArenaNet did, they were going to hate it, I think, because people got into a very unreasonable state of mind, and they were incapable of looking at it objectively. So they wrote it off completely because it was story content and it wasn't quite polished, and people ignored the actual design. They looked at exactly what it is rather than, like, is it well designed or not? And the thing is if it looks pretty, right, that's good for the day one, right? But at the end of the day, the design is what's going to carry the content over the coming months. And I think the Dragon Response Vision Tournament revealed that, yeah, actually they are actually pretty damn good, particularly seeing as they were very, very rushed. Are there a lot of problems? Yes. But is the design philosophy there? Yes, it is.
Hell yeah. I love to see more as well. Okay. Anything else you want to say on that topic?
Well, I think you won't see DRMs ever again. In fact, they basically said this, but they will probably have something similar to this with another name, because this
Yeah.
was the thing that we talked about earlier. The big mistake with Arena is that they make content for one audience at a time, right? So they make story content, then they make a repeatable raid, then they make a fractal. What they should be doing is what they're doing with strikes, where they do it all at the same time, right? So you've got a strike mission, which is a boss from the story. So you've got story content, replayable instance content, right? And then you could even have a challenge mode on top of that. And you could do all of that in one patch, as opposed to having separate patches for all of them. This has been the fundamental mistake that Arena's been making, in my opinion. And now, if they change that, then all of a sudden, you've essentially multiplied your content by 5. Right? Like all of a sudden, instead of having to have a patch for every single different type of player, you don't, because everyone gets something out of every patch. This also addresses this animosity in the community, where a lot of people are very unhappy with feeling that their game mode's being neglected, or they as a player are being neglected. Because obviously, when there's a story patch and there's nothing for raiders, that feels bad. When there's a raid and you're a story player, then that feels bad, right? But what if you can have all of it in one go with something for everyone in every patch? All of a sudden, you have a lot less frustration, a lot less animosity, and you've essentially multiplied your content like by several times over, because the content is being repurposed and used for all audiences at no real cost to the developer.
Interesting. Yeah, I like that. And Ballistic in the chat just said something I like too. Take it a step further, add enough to it to make a raid with CMs too. I could imagine a world, and it's a lovely fantasy that could be great to see manifested in reality, where the story content actually has rungs that start all the way from single player casual, go up to like DRM difficulty, and then go up to it like fractal difficulty, and then up to raid difficulty, and just have the same content that delivers the story also be raids, also have CMs, have secret bosses, have caves you can knock down to do hard content. Have it all be the same content for all these different audiences. A similar kind of way. I mean, maybe WoW does that. I'm not sure if it's a proper comparison, but I think that would be super cool.
Yeah, I'd be inclined to agree. I mean, I don't think. I mean, the only thing there, just to nitpick a bit, I think this entire idea of like the ladder. I think this entire idea of the ladder is a bit idealistic. I think people they get to where they're comfortable and they just stay there forever. I don't really think. I don't really think players really ladder that much. I think, if players are going to get good, they're going to get good, right? Like if someone's going to be a raider, they're going to be a raider, and it doesn't really matter what's going to. There's no obstacle that you could put. There's nothing you could put in their way, right? I've seen a lot of players who, even though they haven't been very good at the game, right? They just got good at the game no matter what. And even though, Guild Wars 2 is a bit of an obscure, it is a bit of it can be confusing. It does obfuscate a bit with how to actually be good at the game. They just keep trying and they keep going. And to be honest, I don't really think that anything will really push that one way or another. I think Guild Wars 2 stuck with this. I mean, like it is a real tricky game, because Guild Wars 2 was always supposed to be a PvP game, always. And this is one of the things that actually annoys me the most about the dialogue I sometimes see online about Guild Wars 2. A lot of people tend to pretend that Guild Wars 2 has always been a casual-oriented PvE game. This is not true. Guild Wars 2 is built from the ground up as a PvP hardcore experience. The developers wanted to make the game hard. They made it hard on purpose. Now, they changed their audience, but the thing is, like, the bones of the game are still there, right? Like, the actual, like, foundation of the game is still there. And this means that I don't think, unless you significantly rework Guild Wars 2, like you ever really get away from this thing where a lot of players are going to get stuck. And again, it's not really necessarily even a problem too. I mean, like if you look at a game, if you look at competitive games, like competitive games demonstrate this very well, in my opinion. Because you can look at a game like StarCraft or League, and players will be in bronze forever, and they'll never get out. In fact, if you look at a game. Yeah, if you look at a game like StarCraft, most players are kind of in gold or platinum, and they'll never get out, ever.
Yeah, I read a critique of
that is
games.
Very bad, right? That's very bad. Okay?
Yeah, I read a critique of games like those where the way that that rank tends to work is people kind of tend to accept a narrative of you should indefinitely progress in rank. Like that's the way the game kind of presents that as your progression. But the reality is what you say. Is most people, It's not a ladder that you climb to the top. It's like an elevator, and you get off on your floor. And because going to a higher floor in a competitive game means putting in a lot more time and a lot more energy into the experience. And it's okay to want to enjoy a competitive experience at the level of investment. It's like playing pickup basketball with your coworkers versus joining a professional league versus being in the NBA. All forms of the game are useful to some people. And it's okay to not want to play basketball without wanting to be in the NBA.
Of course.
Yeah. So the elevator rather than the ladder.
Yeah, very much so. Well, I mean, yeah, you don't, it's the game is not about. Well, I mean, it is about getting better to an extent, right? It is a skill-based game. That is the intention of the game, but it's all about the trade-off of how much effort do you want to put in, right? How much effort are you willing to put in to the point where it becomes worth it or not worth it? And everyone has a different, different value, which they just don't care enough to get better anymore. And for most players, it's very low.
Yeah, and an interesting dynamic too is the fact that the game itself can change your level of investment. Like if a game really inspires you, you can suddenly want to get off on a higher floor in the elevator. You can be inspired to want to punch up higher than you otherwise would. So it's not just necessarily a question of, okay, I'm playing this game and I've made this decision of what I'm going to do. It's not really like that. That's not the way people actually play, I don't think. They play and they hope to be inspired. They want to buy in. And if a game is well done, it will offer levels of reward and progression for everybody. People who want to play 24 hours a day versus people who want to play, an hour every few months.
Yeah, and I think that when you say the game inspires you, I think a big part of that is actually the community, and this is where the aspirational stuff comes in.
Yep.
Right? I don't think it's arena. I think it's actually the players. Like, for example, when I ran raid tournaments and PvP tournaments, loads of people say, "Wow, I saw that. I was like, wow, I want to get into raiding.
Hell yeah!
Or I'm going to start playing PvP." And I think this is where one thing that it is a bit of a self-fulfilling prophecy, but I think you need to have this like very, very forward-facing, like high-end community in your game to inspire people. I think you really want to have a strong and well-respected and well-behaved high-end community to inspire the player base. And I think this is something that if you look at games like WoW, I mean, look, you can go on stream right now. It'll be like, I think it's live right now. It is, yeah. You can watch these top guilds in WoW, like stream their progression and go for worlds first. I think this is great. Like, this is what really gets people hyped, right? Like, people love this stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, and like I think of other games too. Like another game that I see this happen with is Quake Champions. I have some friends who are in the arena scene. Actually, one of my friends just qualified for a relegation match in August. That if he wins, he will become part of the Quake Pro League. Very exciting. But that's a game where it has so much more attention as a spectator sport than it does as an actual game people want to play. But every single time a big event happens, the level of players surge. People are constantly reading their environment for clues of things that could be meaningful to them, that could capture their interest, that they want to that they want to see something in the world and they want to make that part of their identity. And when you see one of your raid tournaments, one of your the community response tournament, all these things, people see the stuff and they see you and that they people who are involved and the competitors. I really agree that it's hard to overestimate the importance of the interest of those people. And while I do think that the idea that content should be made just for creators to inspire others is a bit reductive, it's one of those things that you can't leave out of the argument. I think World of Warcraft has really benefited from that because I think just like Guild Wars 2, World of Warcraft, at least the retail game, is a game where most people don't play raids or do dungeons. Most people just make characters. They go into the world. Maybe they do some transmog stuff. They're not there to... They're playing the game solo. And I don't think that all the time and energy that Blizzard puts into the raiding and dungeon and PvP content is necessarily rewarded by participation in that content. Not the way you would think. But the fact that they do that means that there's an enormous creator scene that's concerned with that stuff. And that's all kind of separate from the question of um, why are players not thrilled with it at the moment, because there hasn't been enough variation or iteration or whatever. But I tend to think that man does not live on bread alone.
Well, it's kind of, I think that's kind of a complicated question with this one. I think like, why is it that it's like this with Guild Wars 2? I mean, there are numerous reasons. I think sometimes the game just doesn't get enough content releases. Like, the game is too easy as well for good players. The competitive gamers don't really have a lot of attention. But it's honestly like it's just like at this point it's just like a vicious cycle, right? Like, the game, like if you want to really get down to brass tacks, it's just because like there's no money in it, right? Players can't really players in a way can't really afford to do this stuff because it's a huge time investment to do this sort of thing.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And it's very difficult to do it. And if you're going to actually try and build the competitive scene in Guild Wars 2, it's going to cost you thousands of hours, and you probably won't get paid. and that means you've really got to be very invested in it or very stupid. And like that is, well, I'm both of them, so we're all good there. But this is a big problem because it means that you just end up with the scene. The scene is small because nobody really invests in it. And nobody invests in it because the scene is small, right? So it just spirals off into nothingness. So it has to be a completely grassroots movement built from the absolute ground up to make it work.
And that's where you come in.
Hopefully.
All right, man. Well, let's pivot to that a little bit. You know, when we last spoke, Teapot, back in August of last year, I think you were in Delusional Elitists. Now you're one of the execs of Hardstuck. Can you walk me through how Hardstuck came about and what it is?
I just changed the name. Basically, Delusional Elitists is fundamentally the same thing. So the thing is here that the name wasn't really good. I thought it was a bit too charged.
A little too trolly.
The language it was being used there. Yeah, a little on the troll side. So yeah, I just thought I better change that. Pretty much.
Okay.
Was the goal there? How did it come about?
Just a rebrand.
The reason yeah, but why did it come about? Like, the entire concept of it is because
what is the concept of it?
Like, I can be honest. I just didn't want to quit the game, right?
You needed a vessel, a vessel to pour all of your passion into.
Yeah, pretty much. I wanted to improve the game, and I figured that something like this is necessary, doesn't exist, and has always needed to exist.
What is it? What is Hardstuck?
Hardstuck is a community guild that aims to drive engagement of the player base across all game modes. That is the goal of Hardstuck. That is the thing, right? And it's to provide a very centralized platform for all players to engage and have a very social medium throughout the entire game. Like, that's the goal.
And it's focused on
and also
content,
provide
right?
Not necessarily. Like, it's focused on all areas of the game. It's focused on everything, really. And it's also heavily invested in actually developing events and things to be exciting. Like, one of our big goals is we want players to be excited to log into the game, and they want to be excited knowing that something is going to happen in the game. If that's a tournament, if that is a fashion contest, right, or anything, or just log into the game to do like a group activity with the guild, like some kind of, some kind of speed run of an open world boss, like doing a big community thing where we're going to, help people get raids or play PvP together, all that kind of stuff, or play world versus world. We want to bring the excitement back of actually being part of a community in Guild Wars 2, which I think has really been lost over the years.
And okay, so I was anticipating a complex response about why this is needed, but you made it very simple for us by just saying, I made the thing I wanted, which is something I really respect.
Because that's the answer, right? And there are deeper motivations there. I do really want to help the game, right? And I do think it is necessary. And the reason I think it's necessary is because I think that there are problems that can't be addressed by ArenaNet. And I do think that certain things about the game will never be fixed unless we intervene. But realistically, the ultimate motivation is I wanted something to do, right, that would occupy my time and engage me. Essentially, what Hardstuck is me practicing what I preach.
Mm. Yeah, there's a lot of power in that, and a lot for people to see and latch onto. What I love about Hardstuck, from my limited experience with it, is it's a place for people who want to engage. It's a place for people who are looking to manifest their agency. It seems like there's opportunity everywhere within Hardstuck to make things happen, to create events, and you are really encouraging people to, as we say, make the game you want to see. When people see tournaments being organized, giveaways being organized, all these pieces of content that are there within the game, but they're created by the community. What you're doing is not just giving content to people who want it, but you're also setting an example, an example that I really appreciate. It's really comforting for me to see a community like Hardstuck emerge. The same way it's comforting for me to see, I don't know, maybe this is just me opening my eyes, but it seems like there's a podcast scene for Guild Wars 2 that's kind of really bubbled up recently. I'm seeing Jabbar's podcast with Lightbringers. I know it's been going on for a little while. There are a few others like Talking Scrit. And Xandria, is that her name? New to the game, has been doing her podcast thing too. When you see people out there doing the next level thing, it sends a signal that the foundation upon which that work is based is a stable one, and it's worthwhile to get invested in. But anyway, so Hardstuck, very cool. I know you did Community Month in June, which was an effort to do what? What was the point of Community Month?
Well, I guess there were a few motivations behind that. One, I wanted to see if I could do it.
Okay.
Two, I wanted to see how effective it could be to really be, in the trenches, basically, really get people excited and properly engage with the community and try and get people motivated to try and stuff and get into the game and start playing. And I just also wanted to kind of, in a way, say, yeah, okay, this is happening. I'm very committed, right? This is serious. I'm not going to stop doing it.
Put your money where your mouth
is. It's not just like a meme or a joke, right? This is a very serious thing. I am doing. I want to just exactly that. Yeah, I wanted to just prove to everyone, all right, or make a bit of a statement that this is reality. It's going to happen, and I'm not going to give up doing it, and I'm going to do exactly what I said I'm going to do.
Mm-hmm. So during the community month, you were streaming. Was it every single day?
Every day except Wednesdays.
How hard is that to do?
It was actually easier than I thought.
Huh? Do tell.
I was actually expecting it to be very difficult to do, to actually stream 12 hours every day. And it wasn't easy, but it was surprisingly, I wasn't as tired as I thought I was going to be, which was nice.
How much were you streaming before that?
About 5 to 6 hours a day.
Okay. So you doubled your output. And did you add on more days per week, or was it the same amount of days per week?
Yeah, same number of days.
Okay. So it's just more hours per day.
Yep.
Yeah. And is that hard to negotiate with your IRL responsibilities and juggle that? What was that like?
I basically just ditched all of them for that month. I'm fortunate. I'm very flexible with the way my time can be assigned. So
that's nice.
I kind of got away with it. But yeah, like back to normal now, but yeah, I just ditched them for that month. But it would have been impossible. There's no way I could have, 12 hours is just, I barely had enough time to sleep and eat. Okay. Like running and other stuff there would not have been a possibility really.
Yeah. You throw a lot of events during that time too. What were some of the events that stood out to you as being most successful?
The events that were most successful, well, I ran during that, the probably most successful one would definitely be the PvP tournament. We ran a PvP tournament that was essentially like no Path of Fire specs allowed.
Oh, interesting.
That went very well.
And why would you exclude those specs?
Because Path of Fire was probably the biggest act of harm ArenaNet ever did to their game.
Oh shit. There's a take. Why is that?
because the Path of Fire was an expansion that they did not think about PvP or world versus world, or honestly even PvE in any way when designing the elite specializations.
Huh. Okay.
The
What's the result of
design
that?
of some of
Go
the
ahead.
well, it was the complete dissolving of the integrity of all three game modes, in my opinion. You see it the most pronounced is in World vs. World and PvP, but actually in PvE as well. If you compare like how ridiculously overpowered something like Scourge is or Firebrand is compared to the Heart of Thorns elite specializations, then it's not even close, right? Like it's not even in the same universe,
ballpark.
really.
Yeah.
Not even close. I'm not even talking about DPS. Fun fact, I mean, like the damage per second in on some of the builds in Heart of Thorns was insane, like, absolutely crazy with how much DPS some of these builds would do. But it's more like the design space has expanded hugely. Like
Right.
Scourge does absurd damage and is a hard carry. Firebrand does great damage and has Aegis and has protection and has stability, right? And can give quickness and can heal at the same time.
Roll
Right?
creep.
Yeah. And like all of this stuff, like, you know, across the entire board there, like got completely power crept to insanity. I mean, you know, if you compare how good Heal Tempest is now to how it was in HOT, it's ridiculous, like how strong these builds are. And in PvP, Firebrand was so oppressive that they had to literally make the durations on the boons 1 second to make it not disgustingly oppressive in PvP. Mirage, they had to nerf all the numbers 1,000 times over and then remove a whole dodge roll, not to make it absurdly oppressive. Scourge, they had to devastate the damage on it and crush it, and it's still oppressive, right? Like these things have been nerfed and nerfed and nerfed and nerfed and nerfed every single time. And every single time in PvP, World vs. World and PvE, it doesn't matter how hard they get nerfed, the design on them, like what they do, is so powerful that no matter what you do here, the damage is completely irrevocable, in my opinion. Like and that's why we removed Path of Fire, because Path of Fire just demolished the integrity of every game mode. The best example of this is the one that I always give is Samurog, the third boss of Wing 4.
Right.
And in particular, the challenge mode. The challenge mode used to be incredibly difficult. It was probably the hardest encounter in the game. And the reason for this is because it required you to tank the boss effectively. Your DPS players had to position well, and you had to do good damage at the same time. It was a fight that would, if anything went wrong, it could be difficult to recover from.
Okay.
And now you have Heal Necromancer and 10 target stability and Aegis from Firebrand. And this means that the fight is a joke, right? Like it's actually one of the easiest fights to just cheese your way through now because of how insanely abusive some of the builds you can play are in PvE. And this is the same thing. And, you know, it's really interesting, actually. This is a conversation I'd love to have with the devs. Like the devs need to be so careful, in my opinion, with design, because it's getting to the point, actually, and this is a strong statement, but I'll definitely make it. It's getting to the point where, because of how ridiculously strong the players are, it's almost impossible to make a challenging encounter. Like, it's actually hard to design an encounter that isn't just pure BS. Right? Like, yeah, sure. If you could make like a boss that's got like a 1 second animation that one shots you, but that's not fun, right? That's a very unfun mechanic, right? No downside, just one shots you. Yeah, that would be hard. But the trouble is, if you don't do that, Heal Necro will just revive you, right? And that's where you're at right now. For example, on Kadim, Kadim has a break bar, and if you don't break his bar, it one shots you. Okay. But the thing is, if you have a Heal Necro in the group, the Heal Necro will survive and revive everyone. And I do this all the time on my stream. And there are so many situations where you should wipe, but you just won't.
So you just turn your brain off and play the class. Do your rotations.
It's not necessarily about turning your brain off. In fact, Heal Necro is kind of one of the builds that people are really bad at because it's quite a skill-based thing to play effectively.
Oh, really? Okay.
And it requires a lot of knowledge of how the encounters work to be effective. But that's kind of not the point. We're talking about balance here, not about like skill balance. We're talking about like how strong is the build essentially. And the fact of the matter is that these builds that ArenaNet are releasing is just so strong that designing an encounter that can actually deal with that is impossible. Great example, right? So let's talk about Mythic WoW. Mythic WoW is hard. I think everyone would agree with that.
Yep.
But would it be hard if you could revive 5 players every 10 seconds? No.
No,
it wouldn't. Now, if I go on to Limit stream or Method stream or Echo stream right now, and I say, "Hi guys, why aren't you just reviving everyone every 5 seconds?" They're going to go, "Well, that would be stupid and ridiculously overpowered." Right? Or like, why aren't you ignoring all of these knockbacks by using 10 target stability that you can use every 30 seconds? Or why aren't you using DPS classes that have a shield that doubles your HP? Well, they'd say, because our game is not ridiculously imbalanced and completely skewed in the direction of the player. That's what they'd say.
man.
Right? And I think this is the thing that the players have to watch out for, is that if they go down this road of kind of power creeping everything, then the bosses can't win. Okay? Like, they just can't win. And that's kind of what we're dealing with right now. There are some encounters that they are so hard countered by the player that there is no difficulty. Like, the second that you understand what your abilities do, they can't fight back anymore. And that's a problem, in my opinion. Because I know that people want challenging content and they want engaging content, but you can't have that if your player has too much agency. Like, if you look at games like WoW and Final Fantasy, what you'll notice is that there's a lot of, you get punished for failing a lot, and you can't spam your abilities. And this is another problem. Okay, this is a huge issue. I mean, you could do a whole podcast on this, to be honest. But Guild Wars 2 is a PvP game, so it's not designed around long cooldowns, right? PvP games don't have long cooldowns. Right. Even if you look at, say, ultimate abilities in MOBAs, they're not like super long, right? They're not like a 2-minute cooldown. It's going to be like
30 seconds,
90 seconds. Yeah, 30 seconds, 6 seconds, 90 seconds. It won't be like super long. Like, there are some, summoner skills in League are a bit like this, but again, it's like quite uncommon to have like very long cooldowns in PvP games, and particularly in Guild Wars 2. Guild Wars 2 is supposed to be a very it's supposed to be a very, very high action, high tempo game.
Yeah, it's the combat system right there.
Exactly. And this is why PvE, in a way, doesn't work super well with Guild Wars 2, because it's just so hard. Because PvE, in a way, requires the player to, it will kind of require the player to not have that much autonomy. And players have so much autonomy with dodge rolling and all this kind of thing. Yeah, it just becomes so hard to actually like handle this.
What you're describing to me is that the only thing that can really challenge a Guild Wars 2 player is another Guild Wars 2 player.
Well, yes, but that's not a good thing.
I
right
think
now, yeah. If you want to really make a challenge for yourself here, then yeah, you have to. Yeah, you do have to an extent, do your own thing, right? But that's not good. Right, because in my opinion, if the game says if you want to have fun, you need to basically play badly or suboptimally to get there, that's just bad design. I don't think you should ever be forced to play badly or incorrectly in order to enjoy the game.
Right. To nerf yourself in order to have an enjoyable experience.
Exactly. You should never have to. Yeah, exactly right. You should never have to nerf yourself, right, to enjoy the game. I don't think that's correct.
Right. Yeah, I think about like the scaling system built into the early game maps for Guild Wars 2, where the game scales you down. That same thing could be duplicated in another game that doesn't have scaling by just like taking off a bunch of your gear, and boom, I'm like, I have level 20 effectiveness because I'm wearing level 20 gear and I'm not using all my high level abilities. But that's not fun. And so rather than put players in the position of doing that, there's a system in place that just scales you down automatically. So yeah, that kind of is a problem that needs to be solved on, not by the community, but by the game itself. Well, I was thinking about this, Teapot. I'm hearing the scale of the problem. I didn't know it was this bad, so I'm glad I asked you about this. If going into End of Dragons with the prospect of a new elite spec for every single profession, what would you hope to see change in both in terms of adjusting the current specs and in terms of the future specs that could nudge this all in a direction that you think would be better?
The drawbacks should be more significant, and the design space should be not too wide. And they should avoid abilities that are very, very spammy and do multiple things. Abilities should probably be fairly simple and do like one or two things, not that many things. They should have cooldowns. So if you fail them, if you don't get value of them, you get punished for doing this and all that sort of thing.
Can you give me like a concrete example or two?
Sure. So a bit of this is like here's an example of a very bloated skill.
Okay.
Right. So if you look at Warhorn 5, Warhorn 5 is on Ranger, right?
Okay.
It used to give might, fury, and swiftness to allies. Fine.
Okay.
Now now what's happened with this? Well, now it gives might, fury, and swiftness, but more of it. And then it also applies weakness, and it also dazes as well. So it has like a crazy amount of bloat attached to it.
Yep.
And then if you can, let's compare Core Guardian to Firebrand. Core Guardian, F1, passive burning, get some burned when you use it. Okay, F2, get a bit of regen, heal, remove conditions when you use it. And by the way, they actually power crap that. It used to not remove condies, but they actually buffed that because it was too weak. Then third skill, passively get an Aegis every 40 seconds. Nice. And then you also get an Aegis, one Aegis when you use it.
Yep.
Compare that to Firebrand. F1, gain 5 skills that are all really good. F2, gain 5 skills that are really, really good. F3, gain 5 skills that are also really good. You have a reflect resistance field. You have stability, Aegis, and the 5th skill there gives you extra toughness, Aegis, stability, right, and protection all on one skill. You have a taunt on that as well. You have a CC that gives you an Aegis, so it gives you resolution. 2. The second skill has cleanse, AoE healing, boons, boon conversion, healing modifier. First skill gives you damage, AoE weakness, CC, pulsing AoE damage, and a massive damage spike buff that you give to allies. So compare that to the Core Guardian skills. That's what can't happen. That level of bloat can't happen. Do you want to know the best designed elite spec in the game?
Which?
Reaper. Because you have the exact same number of buttons as Core. It's just different. Right, so Core Necromancer is very heavily range focused. Right, we have skills that are about control, about being at range, pressuring your opponent, slowly grinding people down. Reaper is all out aggression. You have a strong downside because your Shroud degenerates faster. All of your abilities are now incredibly melee focused and power damage oriented, not condition damage oriented. Right? It's about getting in there, getting in melee, like chaining your opponent, like chilling them, slowing them, and catching up to them and then destroying them. But you have the concrete weakness that you no longer have access to range pressure while in Shroud, and you degenerate faster. Reaper is an example of an extremely well designed elite specialization. Most elite specializations add on as opposed to side grading you. This is what can't happen because it happened with Path of Fire, but with HOT they did this a lot. A lot of things got power crept a lot, design crept, and then they had to one up themselves, right, with Path of Fire, and that's how you end up in the mess we're in here. And
then the nightmare is the End of Dragons then ones up Path of Fire, and we have this ridiculous power cascade.
And then you're in serious trouble.
Then we can kill the dragons once and for all.
Because then we're fully OP.
Because we're more powerful than the elder dragons.
Exactly.
I'm trying to remember. Based on what you just said, it sounds like this didn't happen. But I thought I remembered that there being some kind of a rebalancing, maybe a slight nerfing of the Heart of Thorn specs before Path of Fire came out. Is that a thing that happened, or am I imagining that?
Oh yeah, that definitely happened. That's exactly what happened.
So there's reason to expect that we'll see a round of balancing on the existing elite specs before End of Dragons drops. Do you think that's a reasonable expectation?
They've kind of been doing this already, right? They have slowly started doing this, right, over time. Like as time goes on, they are actually addressing this. It's something that CMC was kind of been brought on to deal with. But yeah, they have started to do this over time. So I'm not sure if they'll do like a drastic like nerf because the H1 was pretty drastic, right? They like really slammed it pretty hard.
Right.
So with this time, I mean, this time I'm hoping they won't do it so drastically. But honestly, I wouldn't mind it either, right? Because I think it
Yeah.
has to happen one way or another. But I'd kind of prefer to see them. I don't want to see them just like make the path of aspects and everything else really, really bad, right?
Hmm.
Like they should still be good. Just make sure that the Ender Dragons ones kind of stand on their own merit and are well designed,
Yeah.
and then you can make adjustments as and when you need to. They're probably going to come out very, very overpowered, and that's actually fine. I don't actually
Yeah.
mind that. Um, it's just that as long as the issues with them just get addressed, then it's not a problem.
Uh-huh. Bring him out strong and nerf him. And maybe that was the idea with the Path of Fire specs, and they just never got nerfed hard enough.
Possibly.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I'll watch out for that. I'm excited about what I really hope will be a healing support warrior elite spec for my warrior. That's what I really want to see happen.
Yeah, stay tuned.
Yeah. Definitely staying tuned. Okay. Anything else you want to say about that topic, man?
No, I think we just about did that one.
Yeah. Great. All right. I'm asking myself if I want to go down this road with you. I have a feeling we'll agree. And I have a feeling that I might I might annoy some people with this opinion, but I'm curious what you think. I'm not sure if it's just because I've just started noticing this, or if this is really a Guild Wars 2 thing. But man, I see a lot of giveaways happening in this community, and I'm not sure I like it.
Giveaways are an interesting one, because it's a very easy way to get viewers because of the way the community is.
And
there's nothing wrong with giveaways. I think if you want to give back to community, I think that's fine. But I think a lot of people do use giveaways as a substitute for actually having substantive content. That's true. And I do think it harms the scene. Like overall, I think like having like a huge amount of giveaway spam and having a lot of streamers who are just giveaway streamers, like the only thing they do is do giveaways basically. I think that is very harmful. I think it's harmful to the scene. It's harmful to what Guild Wars 2 content creation is. So I think it is unhealthy. Like you can do giveaways, but I think it's very important to
balance
actually have content to back it up and balance.
I get it.
Yeah. I think it's also very harmful to the low end scene because the entry level scene on streaming, people will look what the big guys are doing, and if everyone's like spamming giveaways, then they're going to think that's the way to succeed, and you end up with even less content. And also, giveaways are incredibly oppressive. If you are trying to compete with people who are richer than you, you will lose, which I think is very, very scary. Actually, I think giveaways should be things that should be kind of kept relatively minimal for that reason.
Yeah. I appreciate your perspective on suggesting that they're okay, but they need to be, as in all good things, done in moderation. I think the overall impression that tends to get created on moments where I feel like I'm seeing a lot of giveaways is kind of like it makes the Guild Wars 2 content seem kind of like a back alley. Makes it seem kind of sleazy. Like people are there to get their hit, to get their fix. Rather than to engage in something, rather than to learn something, be inspired. It's all about gimme. And it gives me the heebie-jeebies. And also because it's a great refutation of a principle you and I were talking about earlier with the agency. About being the change you want to see in the game. And there's no greater denial of agency than giving your attention with the hope of getting a random reward back. Gambling your time away with the hope of a payout. I get that this is going to be people are going to have different opinions about what their time is worth depending on where they are in life, what they're doing. People who are working a full-time job and supporting a family are going to have a different opinion about what their time is worth than people who are in college, sailing by without any issue and have tons of discretionary time or any other given situation, right? But I worry about the health of this community with regard to giveaways, with the amount that I've seen. And I am afraid that this is going to be an unpopular opinion. That's going to make me unpopular to say. But I am the kind of person where if I see too much giveaway content coming from specific channels, it's a signal to me to ignore that person, to ignore that content. That, oh, this is just someone who's engaging in triviality, who's engaging in gambling in a way, attention gambling. And it's almost like it's almost like going to an Italian place that'll also sell you chicken tenders and French fries if you want it. It's like, man, be the thing you are.
Well, I think it ultimately boils down to the same thing as the players. Making content in Guild Wars 2 is difficult because the game doesn't really provide it. Like, if you want to make content in Guild Wars, you're going to have to put a lot of effort in. You're going to have to organize events. You're going to have to come up with ideas that are going to be entertaining. If you don't do that, you've got zero content, because ultimately Guild Wars 2 is not a game that has a lot of content that's very good for streaming, really, unless you're, maybe playing PvP is like the one exception for this. So you're going to have to put a lot of effort in. And that means that, what do you do if you want views? Well, you can get giveaways, and that's a very easy way to do it, because again, the game is very reward driven, very currency driven. So it's just the easy option that people will go for. I mean, yeah, I would encourage people to not do it, because ultimately it means that the second that you stop doing giveaways, your relevance is gone, right? And you are no longer a relevant streamer in any way. But I don't think it's really necessarily it's kind of like bots, because I've really got into it like a lot of the time with bots.
Okay.
Yeah, because I've debated my chat about this, and I always go back and forth with them, because they always go, oh yeah, the bots are terrible, they're ruining PvP. Well, the only reason they're ruining PvP is because there aren't enough people playing PvP. Because if the bots were, if there were loads of people playing, then you'd never really encounter them that very often. The only reason you encounter bots a fair bit in Guild Wars 2 is because no one's playing, right? Like, there's just not enough people playing the game. So the bots don't get diluted by the player base, essentially.
I see.
And I think that it's the exact same thing with giveaways. Like, if there was actually if there were loads of really good content creators making content, and the giveaway streamers will be irrelevant. They just wouldn't be relevant.
I'll have to think about that.
And players would just be forced to compete. So I don't, when I see giveaways, I'm not like, I don't really think that, oh yeah, these people are making the scene worse. I just view it as a symptom of the scene being bad.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that if you want to kind of address, giveaway streams, it's more like a symptom rather than the cause.
Interesting. I really appreciate that perspective. I never thought about it that way. Yeah, the other dimension of it that I'm also interested in too, and maybe you have an opinion about this too, is from the perspective of not a giveaway provider, but a giveaway consumer. Someone who gives their follows, their likes, their subscriptions, their follows, their time in exchange for the potential of a giveaway. I think there's an argument that I heard from another popular creator that, yeah, giveaways aren't great and they don't feel good, but they're worthwhile because it is accurate to say that 90% of the people you attract with a giveaway are not going to engage with your content, but the 10% make it worth it. And I'm trying to decide if that's a good business or if that's... I need to think about this some more, Teapot, but it strikes me as somewhat immoral. I think that there are lines that, when it comes to playing with people's base incentives, that we all understand that if you give people an incentive that is too difficult to deny, it's not their fault for falling for it. It's your fault for giving it. And I guess the whole point of view that I started this point with was to talk about the giveaway consumer rather than the giveaway giver. I guess the thing I just wanted to say is,
well,
there's no such thing as a...
Where do you stop that chain though? Because because you're putting the responsibility here onto the giveaway runner, right?
I think it's on both sides.
If you give well, no, because let me explain. So you're saying that you think it's somewhat immoral to basically give this incentive of this giveaway, that people can't resist it, right? They can't resist the giveaway.
Yep.
Or something like that. But the thing is, the person running the giveaway is incentivized by the way the system works and the way the game works. So they're being essentially, it's the same thing with them, right? Does that make it immoral? Does that make it immoral that the game is the way it is?
Is it moral to market cigarettes to children? Is it moral to market alcohol to children? We do draw lines as a society about what...
you draw the line there, but I think the line there, I don't think those two things are really analogous, because I don't really view giveaways as necessarily being harmful to the viewer. I don't think
Gambling?
that's really what's going on there.
It's
It is
literally
gambling.
gambling.
It's not gambling. Gambling would imply that you'd be paying, or
Hmm.
or risking something. You're not risking anything.
So if you're not if you're not paying with currency, if you're paying with your time and your attention, then it's different.
Well, I mean, you're watching a stream. You're not, like you don't have, you're just watching a stream there. Really, I don't
Okay.
necessarily think that's necessarily a bad thing, or even the same thing there.
Yeah.
I just think that I can completely understand why streamers would go for this, right? And why people do a lot of giveaways. It's because it works. It's effective. It's very effective, actually. And therefore, it's kind of like, well, that's just the way it is, right? Like, and I think what you can do here is you want to just, show people a better way to make content. I also think that giveaways only go so far. I think if you are going to be like a kind of giveaway streamer type or whatever, you are essentially kind of locking yourself in.
Yeah.
You'll only
There's a
get
ceiling.
that. I think there is a big ceiling on giveaways. There's a reason why like the really big streamers, like who stream on Twitch or on YouTube, they aren't they aren't giveaway streamers, right? Like, there are plenty of big streamers who don't do this. In fact, there aren't that many big. I don't think I could really think of any like big giveaway streamers.
Okay.
But there will always be this dynamic, right? And I don't think it's necessarily fair to say what certain streamers are doing or content creators are doing is immoral, because it just works, right? Like, this is the real world, right? You can have a code of ethics if you want, that's fair. And you can abstain from certain behaviors, but I don't think that means that you can really impose that on other people, right? I mean, there was this big, there was this big thing about the just chatting streamers, right? Like on Twitch, I view this as kind of the same thing, right? Giveaways, just chatting, like the hot tub stuff, right? I view this as the same thing. A lot of people are like, oh my goodness, someone think of the children, right? Okay, well, these hot tub streamers are gonna, fill our children with filthy thoughts, and goodness me. Well, it's kind of like, well, these people are just making money, right? They're just making, they're making ends meet. That's what they're doing. And I do view it the same thing with giveaways. I think that the answer to the way to respond to this is not necessarily saying we need to make these people stop. If you want to get rid of giveaway streamers, you should be saying, I'm going to be better than you.
Yeah. So I agree with your retort that gambling is not the right word. I don't think I can agree with your argument that it's just people making money and it works and that justifies it. There are tons of ways that we culturally and at a society level deny access to things that work because we've considered them societally immoral. And one of those things is access of things that are too difficult to control to children. And who plays games, Teapot?
Why is that? Why do we do that? Why do we say not market cigarettes and alcohol to children? Because they don't understand the ramifications of those things, and they can be very, very damaging if you aren't aware. And in fact, well, if you are in, they can cause real life harm. What harm does entering a giveaway have to, say, a child in a video game?
I guess this is a great challenge. Let me think about this for a second. I guess the only harm would be to their psyche. I mean, yeah, there's a slight time investment, but the damage to their psyche of agreeing that they can benefit by giving someone something else that they want, that their value can be defined in that way. You're sort of entering into a sort of social contract which suggests that I have to think through this harder, Teapot.
Well,
I guess what I'm trying to do here in general is I have a sense, right? I have a sense that there's something wrong with this, and I'm trying to pin down and find the language to explain why. I think what might be at the heart of it for me is again this the sense that I have that it is morally admirable to try to form your identity and bring it into the world. And I tend to see the acceptance of random outcome for your efforts to be a sort of baseline denial of that pursuit. It's kind of a philosophical objection, I think.
Well, I mean, I don't know. I guess that I would just look at this and go, this seems a bit like a bit of overthinking, probably, and that it's
I
probably
love
not that deep.
overthinking, Teapot. What do you think we're here for, my friend? No, I hear you though. I hear
Well,
you.
I mean, I guess I'm a very pragmatic person.
Okay.
You know, instead of I think that, you know, instead of like just getting rid of this, why don't we just provide something better,
Yeah.
right?
Yep.
Because I
Be
don't
the
really think that
change,
giveaways
right?
are necessarily. I don't think they're just necessarily bad,
Mm-hmm.
right? I don't think they really do in doing damage. I don't, because yeah, I guess I would just refute, or rather, like, you know, kind of like deny this idea that there's any kind of like psychological damage, right, to people who like
Okay.
enter in giveaways. I
Okay.
don't think that's really true. I don't think people are like, oh, you know, my worth is completely determined by randomness now. Like, no, I mean, I just don't think that that's the way people react. I think when someone's typing exclamation mark giveaway in a chat, I don't think it's that deep. I think they're like, ooh, free stuff, pog, right? Like that, and that's as far as it goes.
Well, maybe it's just part of my personality because when I see that, you know what I do? I usually leave the stream because I don't want to be a part of it. It bothers me, and maybe that's just a part. Maybe I was damaged as a child. Who fucking knows? I don't know. Chat, do you have any theories about armchair psychology, Deeg? What's going on inside my head? I'm trying to figure it out. But I think that might be a
I mean,
signal. It's time to move on to the next. Sorry. Yeah.
to
Go
be,
ahead.
to be clear, like I would consider. But by the way, actually, like and this is something that is about me. Okay, I'm a very pedantic person when it comes to why, right? You know, this the way I view this is that I view this as, even if you have the right answer, why you have that answer is important, right? So, you know, if you do a math test and you get the right answer, but you have the
Show
wrong
your work.
reasoning, right? You get zero, right? You
Yeah.
get no points.
No, you're right.
That's what's going on.
I've got to make my
I
case if I'm going to make this
yeah.
argument. Yeah.
Well, no, it's not about making the case. I actually agree with you. I think that giveaways are actually damaging, but I just think that I
Oh.
don't think the reasoning is I don't agree with your reasoning. I
Yeah,
agree
it's
with
not quite
your
there. I'm still working on it.
yeah. No, I mean what I mean is that I think there is a good reason to be anti giveaway. And that is because I think if you have everyone spamming giveaways, that's what the Guild Wars 2 Twitch scene becomes, right? If you have like
That is an
the
aggregate
content
effect.
of Guild Wars
Yeah.
2, if the content of Guild Wars 2 and what content creators make is essentially, if it boils down to like nothing but giveaways, that is essentially a bad look, in my opinion. And it's also a really big deterrent for new creators, because if everyone's running giveaways, new creators can't compete with that.
Mm-hmm.
Look, and I will say this right now: if I wanted to, I could crush every single giveaway creator on YouTube and Twitch. It would
Yeah.
be easy,
Yeah.
because I have an income that is far greater than even like the big giveaway people. It's not even close, right? They would get destroyed. I mean, look, we did this, right? You know, for Community Month, I gave away a legendary weapon every day.
Nice.
Okay.
Yeah.
And honestly, I could have kept doing that, right?
Mm-hmm.
And probably never stopped if I really
Mm-hmm.
wanted to. Now, I want to run events and, like, you know, have prize pools, so I'm not going to do that. But the thing is that I will completely own this as well. There are some aspects of that in a way are like, wow, that's a big ouchie for anyone who's new on the scene. Now I want to do that because I wanted to kind of get people hyped up, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
And kind of get people like, wow, wow, community, nice. But yeah, this is very damaging, because if you're a smaller content creator and you don't have like a big audience and you don't have people who can fund that sort of thing and help you out, then how on earth are you supposed to compete? Because now when you do giveaways, you change it from competing over content over competing who has the most money in the game.
That's the way
Right?
the world
And that
works,
is a
though, my
very,
friend. Money is speech.
it is the way the world works. But again, this is where we can talk about kind of like the morality. Is that necessarily a good thing? I would say no, right? And you know,
Yeah.
we really don't want to go down this road, I think, because you can talk about the way a lot of various political systems work and how money is involved in those, right? And I think a lot of people would agree that yeah, having a lot of money involved there can be a little bit of a yikes. But you know, this is a video game. so we don't necessarily have to mirror real life perfectly. I think, and this is where I think giveaways can be a bit of a dangerous precedent. I think in moderation, again, they're completely fine, nothing wrong with them, and yeah, you can use them to
Like
draw
ice
attention
cream.
to a cause
It's
or a
okay to have some
community.
ice cream, but don't make it your diet.
Yeah,
And be
and you
cognizant of
need
how
to
much
make.
you're having.
And I think you do need to be mindful of the effect it will have on the community. You do not want Guild Wars 2, the Twitch and YouTube scene, to be a giveaway community. You want it
Yeah.
to be a content community, and there are giveaways there sometimes as well that give back. But if it becomes the primary content, then you're in a lot of trouble. And because the second you stop, it's over, right? It's over for you. Right. And you no longer have an audience because you have to keep doing it.
Yeah.
And then once again, it comes down to muscle. At that point, it comes down to who's got the most gold. Whoever's got the most gold is going to get the most views. Right. And I think that is incredibly dangerous because it means you've changed from a system based on merit, on vaguely how entertaining you are, what you're doing as a streamer, what kind of videos or YouTube, Twitch streams you're making, right? All that sort of stuff, which is how it should be. And you've changed that into who's got the most gold is going to get the most viewers. And that is in my opinion, the very, very negative downside of giveaways.
Amen. So, maybe we could sum this up by saying, engage with giveaways. Urge everyone to engage with giveaways, whether you're deciding to give one or to participate in one, with awareness.
Yeah. Get in there and get some free stuff.
The first day I do a giveaway, someone's going to link this back to me. I'm going to eat my fucking words. This is not a healthy stance for my channel to take. But then again, pretty much nothing about my content these days is about trying to get the most people. In fact, 4-hour videos, I'm not sure where the market for it is, but I do because I love it.
Well, I mean, podcasts are very popular.
Yeah, I suppose. Popular compared to what, though?
Well, I mean, what about Joe Rogan?
Yeah, I mean...
H3H3.
Okay. Yep, fair enough. But how does their content do, the most successful podcasters do, versus the most successful short-form video creators?
Honestly, that's a great question. That's a really, really good question. I would actually argue that in terms of influence, Joe Rogan is like bigger than a lot of like the more trivial content in terms of influence, right? Like who making like a short Fortnite highlight clip has had Elon Musk on the show,
right, or Bernie Sanders,
right? And smoke
else.
weed with and Bernie Sanders, right? And all these incredibly influential thinkers, politicians, right? All that kind of stuff. Like
so maybe smaller in views, but bigger in influence.
Yeah, sure. And it all comes down to what you value.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure. Maybe each podcast isn't, say, getting 10 million views. But to be honest, what would you rather have? Would you rather have 10 million views, or would you rather have like a massive kind of impact on the world by having conversations with incredibly important people? And the thing is, that is entirely up to the creator, right? And to the beholder, right? Like, what do you think? I don't know. You tell me, right? Like,
we're working that out.
Yeah.
Well, I've definitely cast my lot there. It's an interesting discussion to be had. I love podcasts. I think like the main question, I think kind of similar to you, and I don't want to make this about me too much, but the main question I ask myself when I sit down to make content, because I don't have to make content. Like I have a day job and a career and a wife. I have lots of other stuff going. Making time for this is kind of a pain in the ass. I do it because I need to do it. I make the content that I want to see for the most part. Why doesn't this exist? Why doesn't this exist? Why doesn't this exist? I can't find this. I finally said, screw it. I'm just going to make it myself. And here we are.
Yeah, I love to see it.
Well, let's love to see the next topic.
Nice.
Okay. I think this is going to be fun. Recently, we had a great news blast from ArenaNet. After months of the Icebird Saga champions, the Dragonstorm, the death of Primordus and Jormag, who just decided, screw it, we're going to try to bite each other. We heard signal, massive signal from ArenaNet, letting us know about changes in leadership in anticipation of End of Dragons. And they, I think, quite effectively sweetened the bad news of an End of Dragons delay alongside it. First question for you, Teapot. End of Dragons delay, good or bad?
Good.
Okay. Content drought before delayed End of Dragons releases, good or bad?
It sucks, but it's for the best. And I think ArenaNet's done some good job. They've done a good job mitigating it. Alliances, the story re-release, hopefully some balance of all the tournament stuff, like the Tournament of Legends they added in, right? DX11 coming as well, Legendary Armory. I think they've done a good job, and I'm expecting to see them add more features and fairly major patches before the expansion to fill the void. I think they very intelligently planned this out, I think.
Okay.
Marionette is another good example.
Yeah, definitely. So one of the things about that announcement that I just picked up a little bit myself was the leadership announcements. So Colin Johansson, the original Hype Train conductor, is returning to ArenaNet as game director. And we're also seeing alongside him Josh Davis, Grouch, come back to be the head of live operations. Very exciting. What is your take on... Let's talk about Colin first. What's your take on Colin's return?
Well, this is kind of an interesting one. I mean, I have to be a little cynical here when it comes to Colin. I think Colin he's a good frontman. He's a very good frontman. But I think he definitely has to prove himself here, because the only other project we've seen him work on after Guild Wars 2 was Crucible, which was an unmitigated disaster. And in a way, what's a bit scary about Crucible is that it suffered from some of the flaws that Guild Wars 2 suffered from, actually. They didn't really... Yeah, like, it was a team shooter game, basically, with no way of communicating. There was no chat whatsoever to communicate with the other players. This is such a glaring oversight that it's like, wow, how is that even possible? Like that, if you showed me that game for 1 second, I would have told you, wow, where is the chat? Where is it? Why can't
a team game with no team making, no team building?
Yeah. That's such a glaring error that you've got to think, what the hell happened in that dev studio? Like, what were they thinking? Like, how could they mess up to that degree? So Colin, I think he's a good guy. I think he's going to hype it up. I love to see it. And obviously he did a lot of good work with Guild Wars 2. He was on the original team with ArenaNet, and they made a good game. But I just hope he hasn't lost his mojo. And what we see happen with Crucible does not happen with Guild Wars.
A little more context on Colin. I did some research prior to a video I did a couple weeks ago on Colin. So after he left ArenaNet, but before he started working on Crucible, he worked as as a senior manager for product management at Amazon for about 2.5 years before starting work on Crucible. And during that time, he was a project lead for a project called Stream Plus, which built the first prototype of what ended up becoming Twitch extensions. And Twitch extensions are a real thing. Like, those are out in the world now. You can engage with Twitch extensions. He also apparently was the project lead on a kind of broadcast studio for Amazon Game Studios. I don't know anything about that, but the data point that I found is that it turned a return on its investment in the first year, which for any live streaming investment is, I think, pretty cool and impressive. Apparently, he was also nominated for some leadership and graduated from some leadership program at Amazon as well. So he wasn't just working on Crucible during the time away. He actually came on to Crucible in January of 2019, which after it had been under development for like 4 years. I'm not sure how... we know that with games, most of the actual putting things together comes at the very end, right? But my impression of it is that he didn't come in at the ground level on this. He came in pretty late in the game. That doesn't mean that he's not responsible. He did have a pretty high-level role, franchise lead. I don't know how much bigger you can get than that for a game. So not just responsible ostensibly for the game, but potentially future games and developments on the franchise. And yeah, it came out in May 2020, was yanked back to beta next month, and then cringingly it was killed altogether 4 months later. We know that Colin came on to ArenaNet in January of this year, looking at his LinkedIn, which means that there was a 2-month period from when Crucible was killed to when Colin came on, where John Taylor, our enigmatic profile with a
JT.
question mark next to it, game director for the last few years, contacted him and I guess collaborated on what this role for Colin will be. One interesting thing I noticed from that announcement, Teapot, is that it kind of suggested that Colin would be partnering with John on Guild Wars development. But if you actually read it, it doesn't say anywhere that Colin's here to work on Guild Wars. It says he's here to co-lead the studio with John. And John is in charge of Guild Wars. And it kind of suggested to me that Colin, which would make sense for someone like him, it makes a lot more sense thinking about career progression for someone like him to come back to work on whatever else is going on in the background at Arena. And maybe there's some contribution to Guild Wars. I think we're seeing a change in communication that is a lot more in line with what we saw under Colin. But I think that Guild Wars fans could do themselves a favor by acknowledging the possibility that Colin's not here to just work on Guild Wars 2. What do you think of that?
I mean, I think that Arena they're a pretty mature studio. They know the deal. They know how it works.
Yep.
And I think they're almost certainly already thinking about what are they doing that isn't Guild Wars 2? Like, what are we doing after Guild Wars 2? I think that they're already thinking about the next project, right? Like, because of course we knew that they were doing this for a while, right? They were working on these other projects, these other games that ended up getting cancelled. But I think almost certainly they've got something in mind to think about that as well, right? Like, almost certainly, yeah, they're probably in the similar process right now where they're going, okay, what are we going to do alongside this? Yeah, and I think they are certainly looking to expand their horizons yet again.
Okay. And with Colin, does your cynicism about his time as Guild Wars 2 game director from launch till 2016 also extend to his involvement in future projects? What do you think?
I don't think so.
Okay.
I think Crucible. I mean, the fun thing about this. I mean, I was actually in the Crucible alpha and some of the alphas and stuff.
Yep.
To be honest, like I knew that game was going nowhere. Like, it was trying to cash in on the whole battle royale thing by doing a different spin on it, but it was way too late, right? Like, it was way too late. Like, if you want to get in on one of these new crazes, you've got to either bring something very, very new to the table or do it quickly, right? And Crucible didn't have any of those things. I think the execution of it wasn't very good either, which was another big problem. But honestly, I don't think there's anything to worry about with Colin.
Cool. I'm relieved to hear that because I like Colin a lot.
Yeah, I think that as long as everyone's playing to their strengths, it shouldn't be too much of a problem. I think it's you can't really say, oh, Colin was on this project and it failed, so it was all his fault. I'm sure there was a lot that went into something like Crucible that caused it to be a bit of a disaster. And it won't have been just on him, right? And I think he knows what he's doing. He's also a very good communicator, and I think that can be a way he can be very, very effective. Actually, is that he's very good at talking to people, and communicating with the community, which is kind of what Guild Wars 2 has lacked for a long time.
Yeah, absolutely. I think one of the hardest things that happens in game creation is figuring out how the dialogue between the studio and its audience can work. And we saw a statement in that leadership announcement that they were making a commitment to communicate. I think actually that was in Grouch's section and Josh Davis's section. So maybe that's a pivot to Grouch. What do you think about his return?
This one is, I think, probably the more cataclysmic one, actually, because Grouch is a player who's very interested in a way, slightly more competitive play, and competitive, but also just more engaged play, more high level play. He likes stuff like PvP. He likes world versus world, right? He likes the idea of players being good at the game and pushing themselves in the game.
Yep.
I think that could really signal some pretty interesting developments there with where ArenaNet might take the game.
Are you optimistic about those or pessimistic?
Very optimistic, yeah. I think I'm expecting great things from Grouch.
Yeah. Grouch was the brand manager and PvP team lead is what I have for him. I have heard a lot of stories from different creators talking about how he stepped up for the community at a time where it was very difficult to get help from the studio on community-led events. I'm
Yeah,
hoping we
this is
see a
absolutely.
major return to that.
Yeah, I think Arena does this a lot better actually. They offer stuff like titles, gem support, all that sort of thing. So they
Yeah.
actually do offer a lot of support, I think now. But back in the day, yeah, like Grouch was the one who'd kind of would be heading that up a lot, and you'd have to kind
Mhm.
of go behind the lines, right, to actually get the job done sometimes.
Yeah, a couple quotes here I have from him from that section. That bridging the gap between players and devs, so it kind of neatly describes that. And also, yes, he's the one who said that the benefits of communication outweigh the risks, which is a flip, I feel, from what we've seen in the last few years of Guild Wars.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think if you don't communicate, you can't control the narrative whatsoever, and you let the player set the narrative. And if you do that, that's incredibly risky. I think not communicating is insanely risky too. Communication does have its risks. If you mess it up, obviously you can get punished for that. But I think conversely, if you don't communicate, I think the risks are honestly greater than even getting it wrong sometimes. Because
Hmm.
if you get it wrong, it can be devastating actually. Like if you
Mm.
if you don't communicate. And I think one of the reasons why there's just so much misinformation about Guild Wars 2 is because ArenaNet just refuses to set their own narrative around their game, just like lets the players do it.
Yeah. I mean, to be fair, like I'm looking at a bunch of other games. I don't think there's any example of a game I can think of that has where the studio has control of the social media narrative. I think every single game I've seen, the community is in control of that narrative. It's not really a place for the studio to be in control. The problem is when they're absent. It's when they're absent from the social media. At least where the people are.
I think that is debate. That is debatable. I think actually.
Should we debate it?
I think that well, I mean, you can if you want. I mean, this um, I think that the company does need to set the tone for the dialogue. I think that's
Hmm.
actually a big response. I think managing the community and managing where the community's at and where the discourse is. I think that is literally what a community manager does. Okay, I don't think that the company should be completely at the mercy of players who might well be assholes, right? I think they have to be able to say, right, this is how it is, right? This is what we're doing. I'm going to explain it to you, right? And this is what's going on. And I think that just relying on the players to do that is a very, very good way to get horrible information about your game and just not really have an accurate representation of your game in the minds of not only your own players, but players who don't know your game either.
Do any examples of successful community management come to mind for you?
Path of Exile on old school RuneScape.
Okay. Can you give me some? Help me flesh that out. I'm not familiar. What do they do that works?
So these they are very directly involved, right? Like the
Okay.
key thing is direct involvement. There are clear lines of communication. Decisions are very There's a lot of transparency
Okay.
in these companies, right? Like they will say why this happened, what was going on, and where things are going, right? And if things go wrong, they'll address it. For example, um, like Path of Exile, something went a bit wrong. Okay, with the game, one of the leagues didn't go quite as planned,
Okay.
and instead of just being total radio silence, which is something that you might have in Guild Wars 2, one of the producers, right, the developers there, Chris Wilson, is very well known from GGG, which is of course the company that develops Path of Exile. There was a very very long post, essentially not I wouldn't exactly call it an apology, but it was kind of like, yeah, we screwed up, we messed it up, right,
Hmm.
and this is what we're going to do to fix it.
Taking
That
responsibility. Yeah.
is taking responsibility and setting the tone on how the dialogue is going to go, right? That is what it is with controlling the narrative, because that means there is no question. There's no like, oh, they don't care. Oh, the devs don't care. Oh, the devs are stupid. They don't even know, right?
Right.
Because it's been explained by the developer. The
Hmm.
developer said, yes, we do care. Yes, we messed up, and we're going to fix it, right?
Right.
And that's kind of what you don't have in Guild Wars 2. Like all the time, I hear, people go in my chat and say, oh yeah, Arena don't care about the game. Right? This is not true, right? And now we know it's not true because the developers have kind of spoken on this, right? They've talked a lot about this, right? In the
Yeah. There's
recent
there's no
patches
such
of the
thing as a
Riot.
game that gets made without care.
Yeah, of course.
Not
But the
caring
thing
is
is,
not making a
why is
game.
it? But why is it that people say this about Guild Wars 2? It's because the developers just don't ever refute this. This piece of information is just out there. And no matter how hard I say that, oh yeah, of course they care, don't be ridiculous, right? People will, well, you're just you, why would we ever listen to you, right? It's because it has to come from the actual source, in my opinion.
Yeah. I guess I have the sense that this conversation about saying that the developers don't care, my sense is that this happens in every single game, not just Guild Wars 2. And I don't know if I just tend to gravitate towards games that experience neglect or what, but I don't think I've seen a community that's unaffected by this sentiment. It's just a matter of degree. And I'm not sure I necessarily follow the idea that Guild Wars 2 is particularly in a bad state compared to live service games in general.
Well, I think that this is a very common problem in the industry, but that doesn't necessarily mean that it shouldn't be tried. You shouldn't try and solve it, right?
I agree.
I mean, yeah,
yeah.
I would say this is true, right? For sure. I think a lot of games struggle with this. I would say that WoW struggles with this a lot, right? With transparency and communication. Yeah, 100%. But again, that means they should fix it, right? That's a big problem.
Yeah. I'm not saying don't pursue a better way. I'm just suggesting that Guild Wars 2 is not unique. Hey stream. Guess whose power just went out?
We're back.
Unreal. Okay. This is the content that the internet didn't want you to see. Right
Things
here,
have
folks.
conspired against us from speaking the truth.
Yeah. But we carry on. The truth is worth the pain. Is everything working actually? Yeah, I think we're just fine to continue. Okay. What were we talking about, Teapot?
I can't remember. I'm getting tired, man.
You were almost ready to wrap this thing up? I thought we were going for 7 hours, man.
Oh yeah.
I think that
I'm not as young as I used to, man. Like these long streams, they wear me out. Okay.
Okay, Mr. 12 hours.
Yeah.
I think that if we want, I think the longest one I've done was like 4 hours and 20 minutes with. It might have been with Sam Majeste. I can't remember, but we're not quite there. But that's okay. We don't have to do this for length. I guess what I wanted to, let's at least punch up this topic, right? And I know you can't see me yet. The technology on my side is still falling into place. The stream can see me, but Teapot cannot. Oh, probably a value add, honestly. We were talking about community narrative, community management. And I think what I was doing was trying to acknowledge, like when you're doing a really complicated task and then your significant other, your brother, your sister, your mom, your dad comes into your room and is like, hey, I have something you need to deal with. And try to get back to that task, and it just takes like half an hour to get back into it. I think that's where I'm at right now.
Yeah. Need to warm up again first to go around again.
I cannot pick up the thought thread. I know that the whole community thing, I think the sense that I have, Teapot, is that no one's doing it well. One of the examples of community management that I was really inspired by for a little while was with the Warframe community and what they were doing. But Warframe is a game where the community is completely... You think the Guild Wars 2 community has bad vibes infecting it? Check out Warframe. There are some mega bad vibes overflowing in the Warframe community.
Is the game good?
I mean, yeah. There's no way for a game to get that level of attention without being good.
Well, it could have been started out as a good game, then ended up being very bad, very bad.
Well, I
Right? Like, that's
mean,
always a possibility. Like, I mean, the Guild Wars 2 community was kind of like this, right? Like the Guild Wars 2 community was very, very positive at the start of the game, but as things started to decline, there were a lot of people playing it, but people started to complain about it a lot, right?
it's still a good
So
game
there is
though.
always that possibility. It is still a good game, yeah. But I mean, like, if things have gone downhill, then there can be there plenty of complaining to be done there. No,
Yeah.
and that's I think I think if there are, I mean, what do you mean by bad vibes? Like, why are there bad vibes?
Well, there's just a sense of um, broken promises, um, inability to execute, um, uh, and a kind of hopelessness about the future of the game is the sense that I get from Warframe.
Well, did they break promises?
I think so. I'm not as tapped into it as I would like to be to answer these questions in real depth. Um, Warframe is a game that it's kind of strange the way it's built. It's kind of constructed based on, yeah, they create new content, but the way they actually make money is by creating new Warframes, new different kind of characters you can play as with different powers. They're kind of like mini classes or professions. You can think of them that way. But all these classes have unique powers and their own progression paths, and you can buy premium versions of them. And um, it's a my sense of it is that it's just a good game that eventually started that eventually became too involved in the business of repeating its success rather than of working on the next success, and people are bored of
Well,
it.
if that's the case, then they should just not do that. I mean, ultimately, no amount of community management is going to save you from broken promises. Like, this is the thing with Guild Wars 2. All this communication right now, are people really happy to see it? Yes, but is it actually enough? No, of course not. Arena, I mean, how many times have they said, yeah, we're restructuring internally to make more content? Or, oh, yeah, we're doing that, we're doing this. Alliances, right? Like, yeah, 100%. Like, this is right now, Arena's in the talk phase, and talk is nice. It can be encouraging, particularly when you've had such a huge communication vacuum for a long period of time. But ultimately, like, the community does not trust ArenaNet right now. Sorry, ArenaNet, they don't. And how do I, great example, Legendary Armory. People thought it was going to be monetized, right? And when ArenaNet said it
Everyone thought
wasn't,
it
they didn't believe
was.
them. They didn't believe them. And can you blame them? Right? Can you
No,
blame them after build templates? No, of course not. Of course you can't blame people who would think that. ArenaNet also communicated kind of badly there, but that's another thing entirely. But yeah, sure. Like, this is exactly what's going on. You have to actually deliver. You can't just sell words. You actually have to do stuff as well.
yeah, I guess the kind of argument I'm trying to make, Teapot, because I agree with you, um, is that I kind of feel like this problem is bigger than Guild Wars 2. I think that the business of repeating past success is one that pretty much all live services games are engaged with to some extent. I don't, from what I can tell from the outside in, I don't really even think OSRS or what's the game you mentioned, Path of Exile, are really exempt from this problem. Sometimes it's just a matter of time, or a matter of competition about whether these dynamics play out. Um, the crash that's happening in World of Warcraft right now is something that could have happened 10 years ago. I see it as kind of an inevitable problem. And I guess I'm wondering what, rather than forestall is the only hope that we have is to forestall the problem by keeping people distracted with new things to pay attention to, and or is there a way to, I need to condense this argument down to something more concrete.
It's
Um,
because of the way people engage with the
I
games,
guess
particularly
I'm
MMORPGs. Like, of course, like if you play, if you watch, let's say you watch a TV show and
okay.
you watch it once, cinematography errors, or like a bad delivery of a line, or maybe the set wasn't quite right, or maybe there's a reflection that you can see the camera, you can see, like,
Yeah,
sorry, you can see like the audio rig in a
yeah.
reflection somewhere. It's like, oh, the illusion shattered. You're not going to see that the first time, right? Are you? You're gonna, but would you see it like the 100th time? Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
Right. So yeah, like this is inevitable with games like this because the way you're engaging with the media in a way is somewhat unhealthy. Like, MMOs in some ways have disadvantages that can't be worked around, right? Like just because of the way they are, you're going to find the flaws, right? Because the game isn't perfect, it never will be. Those imperfections will eventually become so apparent the longer you play the game.
Yeah.
So this is inevitable. Yeah, it is
So
inevitable.
if imperfections are inevitable, how can communities and developers interact in a way to make people accept them? Because I think that's the trick, is not to resent the inconsistencies, but to accept them.
Well, I mean, you just have to do that. I mean, just do that. Yeah, you have to
Just
realize
do
that the
it.
game is.
Easy.
Yeah, no, I mean seriously though, like the players need to not have unrealistic expectations. They have to, the game isn't perfect; it never will be. So you need to
But
go in with that
expectations
expectation.
are
And
set externally of the player, though. They're set by the game and by marketing and all kinds of
uh,
factors.
it's a bit of both. I think a lot of
Yeah.
players do have very unrealistic expectations for games. I think they do expect that the game is. I mean, look, people, people expect the game to like release new content for hours and hours and hours all the time, constantly, right? This is a pretty big prevailing thing, right? I would say with a lot of the player base, and I do think the developers can set expectations, but I think players also pretty heavily go into it with their own expectations too. And it's a twofold thing. The community needs to go, oh yeah, okay, we need to not have ridiculous expectations, and then the developers need to demonstrate the fact that they are looking at the concerns of the player. They communicate that they understand the concerns of the player, and then act on those concerns.
Right.
And if you do that, then you can have a healthy
That's how
relationship
you build
with your
trust.
community.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Absolutely. No, totally agree. It's just like a human relationship, right? You have to reflect an understanding of the problem. If an apology is necessary, you have to actually apologize. And then you have to explain what it is you're going to do about it and then actually deliver on those things. And that can change over time. Like if the thing you thought was that you were going to do to fix a problem ends up taking longer than you thought or ends up being different than you thought, you have to keep the communication. Like the tragic example is alliances. I know we're maybe finally getting them, but um, I think one of the, you and I kind of clowned on the Icebird Saga announcement last time we did a podcast together, rightfully so. And one of the biggest things about that is the fact that they mentioned alliances and they're going to be telling us more about it in the future. And it would have been way, way better for them to have just not said anything. Like the fact that they once again gave us something to be let down on. The absence of a signal would have been better than that than none. But games are like the hardest thing in the world to make. Um, in the world of creation and art, there's nothing more complicated than a video game. Not least which because the experience to varying degrees is always as you suggested with the player's expectations that get brought in. They're formed more by the player's agency than any other artistic medium. Yes, we all bring something of ourselves when we watch the latest Avengers movie, when we go to an art gallery, when we listen to music. Like, definitely that's true. But there's just another level altogether where the music doesn't actually go forward unless you're actually navigating actively, like in a video game. The game doesn't move forward unless you're actually engaging with it. Um, I think that what I'm maybe appealing to generally, Teapot, here, and maybe it's just too general, too broad, is that um, I think that there are good reasons for people to have the expectations they have, usually. And that problem may be bigger than the game. It may be a gaming industry problem. And it may be an even bigger problem than that. Maybe there's a problem with the idea of front loading so much content in MMOs where people are busy for 100, 150, 250 hours and then they go into this mode of waiting months for 10, 20 hours of content. Maybe we shouldn't set up games with the expectation that they should have a huge content drop at the start. Maybe you should just start with that, kind of live services model. I don't know. And certainly there's virtue in pursuing a better way of communicating. But we also have to acknowledge that when developers are communicating on behalf of a game, they're speaking with a different level of ability to be honest than gamers are, right? You and I, Teapot, can say almost anything we want about the game, more or less. there aren't a lot of things that we can say that are going to blow back on us, that are going to affect our ability to make our lives. But for developers, both on an individual level when being on social media, and there are a few examples we can talk about that for, and also at the level of these kinds of these big announcements where we're speaking, where it's coming from a company platform on the company blog, and it gets covered in that way. Um, the level of risk involved in that communication requires a level of competence and I don't. It's so high. It's so high. It staggers me because I'm someone who the art of conversation, what you and I are doing right now, is something that I've taken a lot of instruction in. I'm not literal. Like I've met people in my life who have helped me interact better with others. Help to reflect my understanding, help to validate what people say, and help to make space for what they think in a conversation. And the question of how to make space for gamers in the conversation about games without putting a studio in a position to set itself up to fail is a problem that is so difficult it beggars my imagination. And I have a lot of sympathy on behalf of studios like ArenaNet who make choices to let the work speak for itself. Because even though I think it's not the best way to do it, it is a way to do it that protects the people who are doing the work. It protects the developers. It prevents them from putting themselves in a position to say something that ends up being false. I think it's an inherently sympathetic decision.
I don't know. No. I've got to know. Me consumer, me player. Look, this is basically saying that if they say nothing, if they screw it up horribly, it doesn't blow back. That's correct, but don't screw up, right? Look, I'm sorry. Welcome to capitalism, okay? Welcome to a meritocracy. If you mess up, you get punished for it, and that is how it should be. And yeah, a lot of ArenaNet's difficulties have been from them horribly screwing up, right? Like they've alienated their player base over the years almost systematically, right? They could have barely done it more if they tried, right? That is the harsh reality. Sorry, ANET. It's true. And yeah, sure. If they had just never said anything, then it probably, then maybe people wouldn't be so annoyed and like so mad about this stuff. But I mean, on the other hand, we have to, these developers, you've spoken to some of them personally. I've spoken to some of them personally. They're nice people, but I think it's important to also understand what the actual relationship that's going on here, right? Like, at the end of the day, we are the consumer. They are the product seller, right? We are buying what they are selling. And if the product isn't good, if they have problems executing with their product, then that is on them, right? And if people don't like them for breaking their promises, miscommunicating, then they should have communicated better. And they shouldn't have broken the promises.
Yeah, I agree with the last thing you said. That people should be held accountable for their words. I'm not saying that shouldn't be the case. I guess the thing, Teapot, that I'm reflecting is the more that I learn, the more I appreciate how difficult that is to do. I don't think that there's really, I don't think that there's any interest in the gamer community. And maybe this is a weird take, but I think that consumers and producers of content is only one thing that the people who are involved in this are. Yeah, I consume Guild Wars 2, but and yeah, people I talk to may make Guild Wars 2, but we're all a lot more than that. And I think if you boil things down to that level of simplification, then you're losing a lot of the realities of the situation. I'm not saying that accountability is not needed. It totally is. I guess the reason I go down this path is to try to understand. And if all we do is say, it's bad, I want more, then we're cheating ourselves of a broader understanding of a problem. And maybe people don't want to have a broader understanding, but that's the way that I engage with it.
Well, the thing is, though, I mean, look, I'm not being hostile here, by the way. It's not hostility. I mean, I completely understand it's very, very difficult. The thing is this is not the prerogative of the player. That's not the dynamic of the relationship, right? The dynamic is that this is a video game and you're spending money on it and they're providing a service or a product. If the service isn't good and then people complain about it, and if they fail to deliver on certain things that they said they were going to deliver on, then ultimately that's exactly what should happen. And you can be
What
understanding
should
if
happen?
things went
Can we be
wrong.
more
Okay.
specific?
Oh yeah, sure. They should get shit for it.
Okay. Like, what does that mean? Should individual
They should
devs be called out?
No, of course not. No, the company. No, never individual devs, but the company itself. Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
No, I think going after people personally is a horrible way of doing it.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, no, the company should be held accountable. Like, look, in the very extreme example, and by the way, this is not controversial. Everyone agrees with this. If a company is not delivering, that company should go out of business.
Yep. Totally.
That is a fundamental thing. If a
Yeah, it's
company
immoral to keep a
consistently,
business
right?
that's providing no value
Yeah.
in business. It's immoral to do that. I agree.
This is not a charity interaction. If there is I'm not talking about arena here, by the way. If there
Yep.
is a business that exists and it is not, it is not doing what it is not doing well. It's not delivering on what it's supposed to be doing here. It's not, respecting the consumers and interacting with the consumers in a positive way. Then there is absolutely no obligation for the consumer to continue to prop up this business or even to say nice things or be understanding, right? Like this is the nature of reality here. If there's something going wrong here, then ultimately it needs to be communicated and it needs to be rectified, right? And there's no way around that. It's not a hostility thing. It's this is the nature of our relationship as a player and as a consumer with the company.
Okay. Yeah, what you're doing, Teapot, is kind of offering a retort to my suggestion that we should care about how the sausage is made. And what you're saying is that all we do is eat the sausage, and that's all we need to care about. And I think that that might be where it can end for many people, and that's fine. Maybe it's just a personal pursuit to understand. I don't really think that there's an example of a company that's figured this out. And I think Arena is just one more company that could do better in setting expectations about what people can expect when it comes to a live services video game. And I guess I was interested in examining those dynamics. But at the end of the day, you are correct. If they say you're going to get X and we don't get X, then yes, we should say Arena that
Then that's on
promised
them.
X and didn't give it to
That's
us.
on them. Yeah, and I'm not saying that you shouldn't be empathetic. In fact, one of the things that I really encourage people is to be empathetic.
Okay.
But the thing is that empathy should not extend to the point of just being delusional, right? And basically giving people a pass for screwing up, right? Like if you screw up, then you're going to face consequences for that. This is just that happening on a larger scale. Again, look, I have a similar perspective in this because I've talked with a lot of devs over the years, right? I know some of these people, to a decent degree. And as a result, yeah, I don't want them to fail, but ultimately I'm not going to lie, right? If there's a problem with the game, I will say, to say to Ben, right, or to Darkbringer, or to CMC, yeah,
Sure.
This was a screw up, right? This was a screw up, and in a way, I view that as respect, right? Not even, I don't view that as rude. Like if I do something wrong and one of my friends says, Teapot, you shouldn't have done that. To me, that's respect. Right, that's what you should do. If you can't do that with your friends or with people that then something's gone horribly wrong.
Actually, that's a higher sign of respect than protecting their ego. That's the kind of thing that you would do to someone who's kind of like a child.
Yeah,
you protect them from their mistakes. Yeah.
So
and that's
exactly right.
And that, I guess, is why I was suggesting that Arena's past tendency to not communicate, to be insular in terms of expectations, to be opaque, is an act of sympathy on behalf of the people who work there. to protect, for everyone there to protect themselves from those mistakes. And I'm not saying that it's the highest good. I'm just recognizing what, to the best of my ability and the context I'm aware of, can perceive. Because
it's just in everyone's best interest. I mean, like if you don't say there's a big problem with the game and you guys screwed this up big time, then how are they supposed to know that they screwed it up big time? Like if you don't do this sort of thing, then how can they make their game better, right? Like if they're unaware of the issues in the game and they don't know, they don't know what's going on, then how are they going to be able to prevent themselves from just doing the same thing again and screwing up again and making the same mistake?
well, I don't disagree with you, but to play devil's advocate, they have metrics. They know what people are doing in the game. They know what content people are engaging with, and when people stop playing,
They
when they
do.
log out.
And that's what, metrics are a good way of, metrics can help. Like, they absolutely can. Metrics can definitely be a useful thing, I think.
Okay.
But I think there's more to it than just that. I mean, I think there are things that can be sometimes not immediately obvious when things have gone wrong, right? There might be a few things that are not necessarily as obvious, certainly with regards to communication. And also, I think, at the end of the day, you have to you do have to hold people to account. You do have to hold, you do actually have to hold companies and people to account. Otherwise, they'll just, kind of just go about their business, as normal, right? Which I don't think is a very desirable outcome. Yeah, metrics are definitely useful, and I'm sure and Arena is a company that definitely uses metrics a lot, right? They really do.
Yeah, the thing that the player feedback can provide, the creator feedback can provide, is a narrative around the metrics, right? Like we see these data points, but what do they mean? Let's listen to the community, see what they say. Oh, this matches up to what we're seeing here. Has like a reinforcing effect. At least that's how I imagine that could work. That's how I've used reinforcement. That's how I've used data metrics in my own work. You see a trend, and then you search for a narrative to explain the trend so that you can engage with and respond to. I guess part of the reason I'm interested in this is actually not necessarily on behalf of ArenaNet, but there's just a ton of discussion right now swirling around Asmongold and his critique of World of Warcraft, how it's being received. There was this supposed leak that went around about World of Warcraft recently, talking about internal sentiment within the company. I'm not sure if you saw it, but one of the things that was called out is this kind of this culture war that may or may not exist. I don't know. When looking at creators like Asmongold, and you have the kind of old school guys who are like, "Yep, he's telling it like it is, and we just gotta accept the feedback for what it is." When there's this kind of new school approach where they kind of believe that he's on some kind of crusade to personally destroy the franchise, which of course he's not. But the role I think that the overall problem of the way that the internet has empowered us to give signal back to the people who are making these games is one that is full of opportunity for improvement. I think we can agree on that.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. And yeah, there's plenty of bad feedback, right? There's loads of trash feedback about the plays. That is certainly true. And and this is part of the difficulty, right? A huge part of the difficulty is, you know, how do you determine what's good feedback? How do you determine what's bad feedback? Like, who's telling the truth? Well, you have to try and figure out. You have to kind of look at what people are saying and determine if it's reflective of reality. And if it isn't, then you have to determine what feedback to listen to and what feedback to discard.
Right. Context, right?
Of course.
So if you hear MightyTeapot say something, how do we hear that feedback at the baseline because of context we know about him? If we know that he's someone who loves the game but is willing to tell the truth, then we should understand that when we see what he's saying. But if we see this kind of feedback from some other person who is really okay, this is kind of somewhat risky feeling territory for me to go into, but I said I was here to ride on the edge of chaos, so fuck it. One of the things that I've heard from folks at ArenaNet, particularly on the narrative team, is that there are some creators who they really look to for feedback about how their narrative content is landing. And it tends to be the creators. I haven't really heard names, but it seems like it's creators for whom they're kind of engaged with the game in a very like a bubbly, positive sort of fashion. They're there to create kind of good vibes and positivity. And my sense is that there's a real attraction to signal um, that validates over signal that's uncomfortable to consume. And I think that there's a potential argument to be made there for finding better ways for communities to give feedback where beyond just the expedient of calling out. Because even though companies are accountable for their work and for their output, the people who are acting as the arms and legs and eyes and ears and brains of those companies are people, they're humans. That's the end of that's the
Okay.
end of it. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. 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 That's true. And that, I mean, if they, I mean, I think that there is, that sounds like an interesting statement there as well. That is a bit of a spicy one for me. I mean, yeah, I mean, if you're only looking from people who are feedback from people who are always positive, you're very likely to only get positive feedback. I mean, that doesn't sound like a very good way about to do it, but I mean, sure. Yeah. Like, look, you can obviously, choose where you get your feedback from. You can choose,
We all
like who
choose.
you listen to there as well. I
As you were
mean, so I
saying,
guess that's
there's like not all feedback is created equal. And I think that there's probably I don't open up a whole new topic, so I'm just gonna leave it at that. But you know what, Teapot,
and well,
you
it is a thing as well. Yeah, I mean,
uh,
look, this thing about backlash here, responding with
okay.
backlash caused people to shut down. Well, I'm sorry, okay? These are adults. These are people who do this professionally. They don't have the option to do that, right? They need to understand that people are going to react very, very strongly negatively sometimes, and they need to be able to handle that. If they can't handle that, that's a problem, right? I'm not necessarily saying that it's a good thing that it's like this, but this is reality, right? There's always going to be very strong negative reaction to some of this stuff. If you can't handle that, that's a problem with you, right? And that's not just if you're a game developer or a games company. That's if you are anyone. If you can't handle criticism in a way in a way that you might not necessarily like, then that needs to be resolved. Like then you've got a problem there, in my opinion.
You know about court jesters?
Yeah.
The whole idea of court jesters. Like
Uh-huh.
the whole like historical idea behind a court jester, the thing that makes them interesting is they're ostensibly there to entertain, right? And specifically, they're there to entertain who? People who are in charge, people who make the decisions, people who change reality. And the benefit that court jesters provide is that they can tell the truth to people in power in a way that others can't. In a joke form, in comedy form, they can soften the blow of harsh truths. Things that people who are in power need to know, but isn't comfortable for them to know. And the thing that distinguishes a good jester from a bad jester isn't their handle on reality. It's their art. How do they deliver the message? How effectively can they make the truth land? Can they make you laugh while digging in the knife? That's the real trick. And I know, Teapot, you're focused on how people hear feedback, how developers hear feedback. I respect that, and I agree with you. I've been in the position many times in my own job of handling very negative, ignorant feedback. And I've had to do exactly what you're saying: put myself to the side, hear the feedback, and respond not in kind, but with professionalism. And I'm not saying that's not needed, it is. I think that there's also a calling for people who are in a position to speak for the community to find more effective ways of speaking back. That's one of the things I'm trying to explore.
Yeah, and people should definitely no. This is definitely true. I mean, the community does often provide horrible feedback, but I don't know. Like this is basically like one of the risks of the job. Like this is going to happen if you're a game developer. This is going to happen in basically every field, right? Like people are going to give you stupid, useless feedback. Like trust me, when I read my YouTube comments, I go, "Wow, these people are idiots." Okay, yeah, this happens a lot.
By the
But
way, all of my
this
YouTube
is the
commenters are geniuses. I love all of you in the comments. Don't listen to this guy.
right. This is absolutely just part of the job, right? This is part of the risks, okay? And yeah, you do get good comments. And sometimes I do get things like, oh yeah, okay, that is a good piece of feedback. And it will happen a lot. People give me feedback on my stream all the time that's useful. And it helps me approach what I do in a better way. But the, I don't think if you have placed yourself in the career of being a game developer, right, you have the ability to say, I don't like it because the player's something mean about our video game, right? Or they reacted angrily, right? This is I don't know, like this is like playing tennis without the net, right? Like you can't do that. It just doesn't make any sense. It's I don't know.
Oh, there's an
It's like
analogy. There's an analogy. You can't make receiving feedback as a developer like playing open world content as a Guild Wars 2 player.
yeah, yeah. I mean, there it is, right? Yeah,
Yeah.
and yeah. And I'm not saying that it's right. Okay, look, okay, I would love a universe where everyone was like, "Oh yes, let me allow me to give you this feedback on this content that you have provided, good sir. Allow us to engage over a cup of tea and discuss the very ins and outs of this game." Yeah, that would be great, but it's never going to happen, right? Okay, like it's just not going to happen. I agree. But again, if you're putting yourself into this industry, you are
Mhm.
essentially signing up for this, right?
Yeah.
Like you are signing up for this, right? Like if you go into a raid in Guild Wars 2, you are signing up for an environment where you might die and you might have to do DPS, right? And you might have to do mechanics. If you go into a raid and complain that you have to do mechanics, well, what were you expecting, right? Like what on earth were you expecting? It's the exact same thing with this. If you go into this type of environment and you make a game and people are mad when you make a decision or you screw up, then I don't know, make your game better, I guess. I don't
You're talking about Teapot. Let me see if if I get this right. I really want to make sure I hear you. It sounds like you're talking about the kind of um, the expectations we should have of our environments when we go out to engage with them. Is that we shouldn't expect that everything, all of our experiences out there, are there to make us feel comfortable. We should expect negative and positive feedback, and we should develop. It's incumbent upon all of us to develop an ability to receive negative feedback, because if you have that ability, then you can extract the value from the negative feedback. And what you're saying is this is something that all professionals have to do in any field, is find a way to behave professionally in the face of negative or ignorant feedback. Does that sound like a fair reflection of what you're suggesting?
course, and like, and it's not like it's not a simple thing here as well. Like because it's
Yeah.
not just about this is the only thing that needs to happen. I completely agree. Like, and the dialogue needs to improve over time, but the reality is it isn't now, and it's going to take a very long time for it to actually get better. Right? Like this is just the nature of it. I want and honestly, if you look at the internet and how it's evolved over time, it is undisputably far better than it used to be. If you even look at Twitch. If you look at Twitch, just like a few years ago, right? How edgy it used to be compared to how it is now, and like
It's
all
much
the
more
really
mainstream.
pretty questionable stuff that was getting spammed all over the place. Yeah, like it's way better now. But the thing is that you can't just pretend. You can't just say, oh, it shouldn't be this way, so I'm not going to engage. You don't have that option, right? You just don't, right? You can't just deny reality because you don't like it, right? And this is particularly true if you're trying to make money,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, so let's think this through. Like, if you're in a position, and whether you're a company making a video game, or let's say a person who's doing an individual job, where you get feedback. If you are, if you choose to ignore negative feedback because it makes you feel bad, what happens then? It puts you in a position where you can't benefit from that feedback. and it's possible for you to make the same mistakes, right? That's the kind of implication.
Yeah, sure. I think that is a thing, and I really want to address these things in the chat here, actually, because I think
Yeah, the
these
chat
are
is
really
scrolling,
good.
man.
Yeah, these are
What
really
jumps out
good.
at you?
Yeah, honestly, all these here. I work in emergency ones. That means it's okay if I get punched by a patient. It's not okay, but yeah, that's part of the risk. Absolutely, right? If a soldier gets shot, okay, and they die, is that ideal? No, but is it part of the risk? Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah, like your job in emergency response, that is absolutely a job that does carry risks with it, and you signed up for that there as well. Okay, does it make it right? No, but does it mean that you should be prepared for that? Yes, you should absolutely be prepared for that. In all of these situations. And then Jebro's thing here as well, with sign up for a raid. Absolutely, you can definitely do that, Jebro. Okay, but unfortunately, we live in a pretty goddamn cutthroat system here with this. If a ReadNet want to sign up to only positive feedback allowed, only not even positive, but only very friendly feedback allowed. Okay, then they can all they're essentially reducing their effectiveness within the market, right? And unfortunately, with the way the system works, that's not really an option for a business, right? Like this is a very, very competitive environment, and you do not want to handicap yourself in any way.
Yeah.
ArenaNet can say, if you want to, you can do that, like 100%. But you are reducing your ability to compete with other products, right? Again, I'm speaking from a very cold analytical perspective here, because I think this is the perspective that ultimately needs to. This is the language of money, right? Because these people, guys, we're talking about how the developers are real people. Yeah, you're absolutely right, guys. They need to eat, right? They have families they need to take care of, and that means their game needs to be good, so they can sell copies of it.
Yeah. So maybe it would be fair to say, don't don't it's not okay to be punched in the face, but it might be useful to consider the possibility that it could happen and
Well,
to be prepared.
if you go into an environment where something like that can happen, you need to be prepared for it, and you need to be able to handle it. Yes. Almost everything that people are saying here, I completely agree with. Like, is it okay? Do I like it when I see a developer get abused for their game? No, absolutely not. That is unacceptable, and it shouldn't happen. But will it happen? Yes. Should we try and prevent it? Should we minimize it happening? Yes. But will it continue to happen? Probably forever, because humans are kind of dicks online. Yeah. Yes. Yes, it will. Okay. So if you're a developer in that environment, you do have to be able to handle it. In the same way that as a streamer, I get negative feedback. There are people who have said very mean things about me. Will I stop being a streamer, or will I ignore this stuff like purely because will I stop listening to feedback completely because people say mean stuff about me? No, of course not. Right. Sometimes they're even telling the truth. Sometimes they're right. Sometimes people will say mean things about me or rude things about me, and they're right. Okay. And this
Yeah.
is the important
And
thing
you
here
need
as
to
well.
hear those things. If you
Yeah,
ignore those things, then you risk the potential to improve. You risk
exactly.
a perspective that you need to improve. Yeah, actually, so like one of my favorite people who I interact with online, in not the Guild Wars community, but the Planet Side community, is this guy named Lex. I've had him on my podcast before. He is a major asshole to almost everyone he disagrees with. Just rips people to shreds, and he's an incredible player. He's very, very good. So he can back it up. But one of the reasons that people tend to ignore what he has to say is because he's just kind of an asshole. Um, but if you actually listen to what he has to say, if you can get over the insult, then he actually has perspectives that are really interesting and worth hearing. My first interaction with this Lex guy, I'll tell you about it actually. He did a video reaction to my podcast with a guy named Commander Sirius who I interviewed and ripped me to shreds. That's what he did. And I knew at the time that he didn't know me well enough yet, but that he had interesting things to say. And I demonstrated the ability to receive negative feedback in order to improve my perspective. So yeah, in that's a situation where it was useful for me. I'm giving an example from my own life, trying to relate to what you're saying, Teapot. Tell me if you think this is actually describing what you're trying to suggest. I know you're watching the chat. Chat, you're
I mean,
distracting Teapot.
yeah. I mean, yeah, sure. I mean, like this is essentially it. Yeah. I mean, like you just, sometimes like, getting negative feedback or feedback that, you don't like the way it's delivered, it can still be valid. Right. And this is a very, very tangential thing here as well, right? Like it's, I'm not saying that it's okay, guys. I think a lot of people kind of got me twisted on that. Like, no, why would I ever say that? That's ridiculous, right? And if one speaks with the community, when providing negative feedback, well, anyone who says anything is speaking in the community. I don't think anyone can really claim to speak for the community, but can you say something? Yeah, you can say something, right? You can have an opinion, pretty much no matter what. And are you speaking for the community? I mean, I don't know, maybe. I mean, like it depends. Like there have definitely been times when the community has been very positive in Guild Wars 2 and very negative in Guild Wars 2 as well. Like both of these things can even be true simultaneously. But yeah, sure. Like it's just something that's going to take a while. It's something that has to be this constant ongoing dialogue, I think, between all the players.
Okay. Let's bring this back. So I think that we can all agree, and hopefully y'all in chat think the same thing too. Let us know that negative feedback is a part of life. It's a part of being in the world. It's a part of not living in the Garden of Eden. And having a resistance, or at least an ability to consider negative feedback, is important and very, very useful, and something that a lot of successful people do very well with, I think. Now, if we were going to see ArenaNet respond to negative feedback in a way that is an improvement, what might that manifest as to you, Teapot? What would you like to see in terms of responding to negative feedback in a way that's different?
I actually think they are doing a really good job right now with what they're doing. Just communicate and addressing the issues. I mean, the Legendary Armory was a great example of this, right? A few issues have been pointed out with it, and stuff like, not being able to disable Aurora Vision and so on, right? Disabling the effects, that was pointed out as a problem. And they said, yeah, we want to do that.
We got a great response
right
for
now.
that.
We're looking at it. Yeah, that's what you need to do. So yeah, we're aware of this issue. We understand, and we're looking at it. We couldn't do it, but don't worry. It could happen in the future. Great.
So more of that.
That's exactly what they need to do. Yeah, more of that. Yeah, that's exactly what needs to happen.
Yeah. Okay.
Right? And if they go in that direction, it's going to be perfect.
Yep. Love to see that kind of feedback. Also, if I can make a selfish suggestion, more devs on podcasts.
I think that kind of communication can help. But podcasts or whatever. I think having developers around on streams or directly involved so it becomes more personal is good. Because the thing is, it's very easy to say this company is shit, this company is terrible. It's very easy to say that, right? But it's a lot harder to say Ben P is a horrible person and incompetent developer, right? Because it's a human being, it's a real person. And I think that if you do personalize that a little bit, yeah, 100%, you can mitigate the effects of people's anger, because it's very easy to be angry at a thing. It's much harder to be angry at a person.
Yeah, I think the thing that I've kind of realized in doing the podcast and other explorations too is, like, as complicated as a company is, there's nothing really more complicated than an individual person. And when you group people together, things get simpler in a way. And if you take someone who helped make something that maybe you like or you don't like, and you blow up one person to the resolution of an individual human, suddenly it's a little harder to simplify your opinion and your judgment of the work. And I think that that's a useful way for people to question their assumptions, and maybe take some negative feedback of their previous understandings or expectations and incorporate it. I really like that pursuit.
Yeah.
And that's why I talk to you. Like, I think people want to know about you, Teapot. What makes the Teapot tick?
Yeah, I just like doing stuff. I like making things work.
Why do you think that is? What is it about you that drives you?
The real core idea is that I like exerting my influence on the world.
Is that an example that you had set for you when you were younger, or is this like what do you think? And by the way, tell me to fuck off if you don't want to answer that question.
That's an interesting question. I don't think I've ever really thought about it. I know that's just kind of how I've always been, to an extent. I'm not sure if that's necessarily influenced by anything.
How did that come out before streaming? Were you involved in sports and stuff? Like,
Yes, yeah, I was big in sports, swimming, a lot of swimming,
Okay.
and
Okay.
I swam competitively. Like I was working out in the gym like nearly every day, swimming every day,
Nice,
all
dude.
this kind of stuff. Right, I was like, God, super hardcore on swimming. It was also stuff like, you know, learning programming, learning development,
Self-taught.
learning how to do stuff. Right, yeah, self-taught programming.
Word.
Making things in Roblox, making games in Roblox. Right, I mean, like this is one of
Uh-huh.
my claim to fame. Right, yeah, like
I didn't know that.
back in the day. Back in the day, yeah, I had well, there's like this concept of the front page in Roblox where like all
Uh-huh.
the games with the most players who are currently playing were listed there. And yeah, for a time, my game was the most. In fact, twice, my game was the most currently played game on Roblox. It was a
Hell
very long
yeah,
time ago,
brother.
and things have moved on a bit. But yeah, yeah. No, I've always liked making things and doing this. I like I always like the electronic Lego, like the Lego Mindstorms and stuff like
Okay.
that. Right,
Yeah,
the
yeah,
Lego
yeah.
Technic stuff, like just making things work. That was my first true experience with programming and
Uh-huh.
hardware software interfacing was Lego. Yeah, it was Lego. And you could basically program your Lego computer to be able
Hmm.
to react to bumping into things, to light, right? Like all this kind of thing, even to different colors, right, and all that sort of stuff, and
Yeah.
even temperature, right? You could react to the temperature, like and that's kind of how it's always been for me. I like making things, I like things that work, and I like doing stuff.
Kind of a like an engineering mentality, making stuff happen.
Mhm.
That's cool.
And
And
that is the philosophy that drives me to do everything.
and now you're engineering community.
Yes, I am indeed.
I have a silly question for you, man. Like you clearly can turn this engine you have on different things. You turned it on to swimming, you turned it on to Roblox, turn it on to whatever else. Why Guild Wars 2 and streaming?
Um, To be honest, like, I'd love to give a good answer for this, but
Mm,
the answer is I'll just tell the truth. It was just opportunistic, pretty much. Like
okay.
a very long time ago, I made a YouTube video. Used to make loads of different videos, like random videos about different games on my YouTube channel, and then one of them got picked up and it got posted onto the Guild Wars 2 subreddit. I was like, oh, these people like this. I should do more of it. So I just started doing more of it. If it was essentially random chance, if that had happened for any other game, I probably would have done the same thing there.
Is there a
That's
chance?
the honest truth there.
Yeah,
I
makes
like the
sense.
game. Don't get me wrong. I really like the game, but I also like other games too. But the reason I picked this one is because yeah, like it worked here. I succeeded here.
Yeah, there is a need. Is there what would it take to see the engine that is Mighty Teapot turn on another game, on another task, on another challenge?
If I go and play another game and it goes really well and people are interested in what I have to do and I find success there, then I'll dedicate that. Then I'll dedicate my resources to it as well. I do definitely want to finish up here with Guild Wars 2, but if I find another game that I really, really like, and also, my efforts and people like what I have to do, then I'll also put in work there as well.
Anything that shines your interest at this
New
point?
World will be the next one. New World is a very interesting game. I think that'll be a fun experience.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to New World. It's got some interesting stuff going for it. I'm a little worried about its identity because it started life as this like apparently very PvP oriented experience, and it's like, okay, we're making a sandbox. We're making a theme park PvE MMO. It'll be great. I'm hoping that it doesn't suffer from any of the same problems that Guild Wars 2 seems to be suffering from, where you have a PvP system being applied to a PvE game.
Yeah, it is. The more you look at New World, is the more you realize how much it mirrors the story of Guild Wars 2. Actually, it's absolutely bizarre.
Huh,
Yeah,
that's funny. So, are you going to be streaming it when it comes out?
yeah, I will be. I might even play the. I might even be playing
The beta?
um, the beta, yeah, at the end.
Cool.
But I might not have time for that. If I don't, then I don't. But I'll try to.
Okay. How does Hardstuck figure into New World? Do you expect that community to come over and play with you, or how's that going to work? Do you think?
Well, this is where Hardstuck really comes into play because a big component of Hardstuck is that I do want to actually push into other games and move into other games. In fact, it's built from the ground up under that assumption that there will be more than one game. We don't want to just be a Guild Wars 2 community. We want to be a gaming community in all different games, right? Like maybe even stuff like WoW, Final Fantasy, Guild Wars 2, New World, Ashes of Creation, and more.
Excellent. I'm really glad to hear that. It's been interesting watching Asmongold kind of uh, uh, take a trip to other games for his stream out of World of Warcraft. And one of the things I found myself when I see his content from time to time, especially when his complaints, is a wish for him as a person to try new things, to do new stuff, try new experiences. And I think it's a good thing for us all as human animals to take on new things. So I'm really pleased that Hardstuck is not going to be Hardstuck in Guild Wars 2, even though Guild Wars 2 is a great game and I love it.
It is a great game, and I don't expect to ever quit the game. Truth be told, I can honestly say that there is nothing that would make me quit Guild Wars 2 at this point. I don't think they could do it because it's not really about the game for me anymore. It's about the community, and once you've got to that point, then nothing can really phase you anymore.
Hell yeah.
But yeah, no, yeah, very much so. Like Hardstuck is built from the ground up with expansion in mind. It is a very long-term project because the real thing about Hardstuck was that I mean, again, it's just one of those. It's one of those things that has a certain level of purity to it. I mean, like something like Hardstuck is basically just me trying to make sure that I always have people to play video games with. Because
Bro.
one thing happened, and I'm serious, but I'm completely serious. Like this is coming from a very Hardstuck is like almost like a very personal thing. It's a very in a way self-oriented thing, because what happened is that when I went to play classic WoW, when I came back, everyone in Guild Wars 2 had quit. Everyone who I played with was gone. Right? And I didn't even go for that long. I went for about 6 months to go and play classic. And I left Guild Wars 2, and then the entire guild and community just died that I was a part of. And I just thought, wow, that kind of sucks, huh? And I just wanted to be in the position where I could play any game I wanted and I'd have people to play with it. There are other motivations there as well. I do, again, I do want to actually try and build communities and address issues that I see in MMOs and in particular in Guild Wars 2. But a big part of it is that, yeah, I wanted to have kind of like a stable ability to do stuff. Because one of the things I think is really helpful, this is kind of like when it kind of feeds into the streaming as well. I think one of like the big limitations that you can sometimes have when you're streaming is that if you don't have people to do stuff, you just can't do anything, right? Like you're very limited. You're very limited in what you can do by if you have people to actually play with, right? And I think that I want to avoid that, and that's another motivation of making Hardstuck, because I just, I want to have people to play with. Nice.
Yeah, that's a problem a lot of gamers are trying to solve, man. Then there ain't nothing wrong with that. By the way, shout out to Josh Foreman for the raid. Welcome, Josh.
Oh.
Famous designer of Super Adventure Box, Chalice of Tears, and much more. If any of y'all have been banging your head off of the Chalice of Tears in the last week, this is the guy you can thank for it. All right. Josh says sorry, everyone. Okay, well, as long as we're on the topic of other games, can I ask your hot takes on a few other titles?
Oh yeah, sure, hit me.
Okay. Ashes of Creation, any potential there?
I think that is actually the game that has the potential to change the industry the most.
Tell me why.
There are going to be two. Because it is being developed it is being developed somewhat free from the idea of actually caring if it's going to be a popular game or not. The creative director is Stephen Sharif. He is a big fan of old school MMOs. He is a big fan of, in particular, Arcade. And he's basically making, in a way, a spiritual successor to that game, and he doesn't care if people like it or not. He's making the game for himself a lot. I think there's a lot of community.
It's a very
goodwill
old
there
school
as well.
approach. I think that's how like the original WoW was designed. A lot of these old school MMOs. It's the game they want to see.
Yeah, exactly. It's the game that he wants to see, and I think that means it's going to have a very strong creative vision behind it.
Okay.
And the problem with this is that it is going to be developed by inexperienced devs, so it has the possibility to have a lot of issues, maybe not being that polished, maybe not getting finished in time, features
Reach
not working,
exceeding grasp.
overpromising.
That's what I'm worried about, man.
I think it's a very scary. I think it's a very scary thing for the devs. I think they've got some serious balls to go for such a strong design. With the approach they're going, there's a lot of features in that are insanely ambitious. So one of two things are gonna happen. Like either it's the best game ever made and everyone loves it, and like wow, Ashes of Creation, what a great game, or it's gonna crash and burn horribly, and then it dies. Honestly, I don't think there's going to be much in between. I think it's going to be one of those two, and there won't be anything in between. I don't think there's going to be this like halfway success. It's either going to be a massive success or it's dead, right? Like that's pretty much what's going to happen.
Interesting. That's interesting. It's so different from my take. You have me now questioning my opinion about it. I don't know. Like, I think a lot of MMOs can survive with a very niche market as long as they can, as long as they can find a niche of people to appeal to. I think Guild Wars 2 is kind of one of those in a way, where it kind of has its niche, that its base that it appeals to. And as much as us out here in the creator community are making a stink from time to time, like I think I saw a great article that suggested that like 80% of people who play video games don't engage with anything outside the game whatsoever. We're like the 5% people who actually show up and comment and make videos, talking to the 20% about a game, with where most people who play aren't even involved in the conversation.
Oh yeah, of course.
I guess I can see a future for Ashes where it coalesces around a few parts of it, around a few of its promises, deliver something robust there for people who want it. And my sense is that vision is not actually a mass market vision. Like they aren't trying to get everyone. Maybe I'm wrong though.
Well, I mean, the thing is that MMOs are incredibly expensive, so you kind of have to have a certain level of mass appeal. If you don't have a lot of people playing your game, you're just going to lose money. And like you can definitely survive on a in a smaller way, but I don't think that's really what. I don't think that's what the developers want. I think the developers do want to have like, yeah, this is going to be like a big deal, right? Like, look at the way they're marketing the game, right? They are definitely saying that, yeah, this is the MMO. This is going to be a big deal, right? So I don't think that necessarily, I think they do want to see some big success out of it.
Yeah,
but I do think I think it's probably like it's going to have a huge amount. It's got a huge amount of potential. It's not going to come out for a long time though. It's going to be.
It's got a massive amount of coverage.
Two or
whatever
3 years,
happens,
like,
we'll know.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of hype. Okay, there's going to be a lot of hype one way or another. Let's see if it actually works out.
Yeah, we'll all watch with interest. Okay, next game. Riot's working on an MMO. We don't know anything about it yet, but I think there are a lot of Arena alums working at Riot and ostensibly on this game. Any thoughts about that?
I like Riot Games because I think Riot Games is a hungry company, and I think a hungry company is a company that's likely to do something good. I look at what Riot's doing right now, and they're looking at Blizzard like a diseased old gazelle, right? And they're like a hyena or a tiger. Okay, they want to be Blizzard. They want to have that Riot.net launcher and have all their titles there. They want to be the studio that everyone knows.
Taking over the world.
I think Riot's coming. Riot's coming for the gaming industry in a big way. They want to dominate the game industry. So I think they're hungry. And I think they're hungry for success. So I think the Riot MMO, we obviously don't know anything about it just yet, but I would definitely keep an eye on that one. That would be my take on it.
Yeah. Yeah, actually, of everything that we know that's being worked on, that's the one that I think is potentially the most interesting for industry relevance long term, because of everything you just said. I have a similar take, and it doesn't surprise me that you of all people would be excited about Riot being, as you said, a hungry company. That seems to be something that you can really relate to based on everything you've said.
Yeah. I think hunger, that desire for success is key. Right, like and not even it's not desire for success. Actually, it's not desire for success. You have to come at it from the other direction. It's the lack of satisfaction with the way things are.
Right.
That's what generates great things. It's not about wanting. Yes. It's not about necessarily like not having enough. It's like you want. It's not good enough now. Like you want more, right? You want to come for more, right? That is, I think, the true motivator for pretty much everything. Like, that is motivation right there.
Hell yeah, that's what armors you to go out into the realm of chaos and pull back benefit for this and improve the status quo. It's good shit. Mm-hmm. Okay, I don't know if you have any knowledge about this, but I kind of see this game as kind of an MMO in a way. Destiny 2, Bungie, another studio that has ArenaNet alums because they're also located here in Bellevue, Washington. You follow this at all?
No,
Okay.
I have no take on it because I know nothing about the game.
Okay.
You can ask
Well,
my brother though, because he plays it.
oh yeah, where is he?
Yeah.
Is he in the other room?
No, I'm afraid not. I could call him up, but he's probably asleep right now.
Yeah, getting late. Okay. Yeah, I won't really add much about that, but Destiny is an interesting game that seems like it needs to be an MMO, but doesn't want to accept it, and some interesting stuff going on there. They've had some level ups on the way that they deliver narrative in recent content that I think may be at least partially attributed to folks who are from ArenaNet. So I think that's pretty interesting. Anyway, next title. This is the last thing I'm going to ask you about game-wise.
Okay.
I guess I'm looking for your one paragraph take on WoW Retail and Burning Crusade Classic.
I can give you 2 sentences that tell you everything you need to know about Blizzard.
Boom. Hit it.
You think you do, but you don't. And don't you guys have phones? This is a company that is just, they think they know everything. They are disconnected from their audience. I think they're complacent. I think they have some big egos there, and they've got to squash them. Otherwise, they're going to keep losing.
Okay. Harsh truths.
There you go. That is
and
that's
the most
the classic WoW Blizzard. That's the classic WoW Blizzard paragraph there.
Yeah. I'm not going to go into that because that's something we can spend a lot of time in. We'll save it for next time. When Wrath of the Lich King Classic is coming out.
Oh. That'll be a fun one. I think it's going to be very interesting to see how people are going to feel the closer it gets to retail. Because once you start getting to Wrath, you're kind of getting there, right? You know, like Wrath Cataclysm, then you're getting very close to where retail is, I think.
Yeah. I am very interested in that at that point too. The point like 6 months after Wrath Classic comes out, and people are like, "Are we gonna get Cataclysm Classic?" And
it's kind of a weird thing, right? Like
that'll be a fun conversation to watch.
It will be. I'm very curious what they're going to do with that, actually. Because at what point do you just not bother with making it because you're just basically re-releasing the same game at this point, which is a very unusual thing.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's definitely worth one. It's one worth watching, actually. I think Blizzard is just I was very quippy, right, with what I said there, and I do stand by that. But I do think that to an extent they're a lost company. To put my empathy hat on, I think they don't know what to do. I think they are lost, right? And I think they've got a lot of problems with their game, and I don't think they know how to fix them.
Yeah.
So I think they need to have a proper sit down, look at the feedback, understand the issues, see what's wrong with their game, and then properly eat some humble pie and address them. That would be my less quippy, less sassy take, I suppose, on Blizzard. I don't think they're not bad people. They're not a bad company. I mean, look, some of my, greatest memories in gaming are from Blizzard, of course. Like playing Warcraft 3. Like one of my first games I ever played was Warcraft 3. StarCraft 2. I still consider StarCraft 2 to be the greatest esport that has ever been made. Maybe ever will be made. It is a brilliant game. It really is. World of Warcraft is why we're even sitting here. Okay, without World of Warcraft, you don't have the industry, without Blizzard, you don't even have the gaming industry as it is right now. They're one of the most important companies to have ever graced the gaming industry. So we can't just disregard them because they're kind of screwing it up now. But I'll be harsh to them because of how good I know they can be, or how good they've been in the past. So they need to get back to that. Do that again.
There's a great Steve Jobs clip. I don't know what the context is, but he's talking about this problem that occurs with companies that have successful products. Is that what'll happen over time is the decision making will transition away from product people to sales and marketing people. And eventually, and this is a problem that happens to almost any successful product. And it's an anomaly when a product person can kind of stay in charge in a way. I wonder if that's kind of what's going on with with Blizzard. I mean, you see them like that. Do you not have phones? That's kind of the classic one. I actually read a little bit more about that story. Apparently, the guy who was standing up on stage, and I wish I could remember his name, but I can't. Apparently, that guy was like the face of Diablo, was the face of Diablo at Blizzard. And if you know more about this, please correct me. And he had just finished a project. I don't know what it was, but apparently it burned the hell out of him. And he was looking to get, and he was trying to figure out what he was going to work on next, and wanted to bite off something a little smaller than a AAA console PC game. And the idea of a mobile Diablo came up, and that seemed like something that was small enough that he wanted to work on. So that person's story is pretty interesting and sad, but we can understand that while also understanding that putting out a mobile Diablo was a misread of the audience. To your point, that's some negative feedback that Blizzard needs to try to understand how to receive, right?
Yeah, and this is a great example. They responded pretty badly. They were incredibly badly, right? Like, if you, and I know this sucks. Like, this is just another kind of like unfair thing here, right? Like, if the players say we aren't happy with this, and your response is, "Don't you guys have phones?" or "You think you do, but you don't." This is, you might want to be quippy with people, but this is just not a good way to engage, right? Like this is again an inherent unfairness with the imbalance in this relationship, like between the developer and the player. Like the developer, to an extent, has to be held at a higher standard, right? Like the developer has to be better than the player in dealing with this extent, which is a bit unfair, but it's the way it is, right? Yeah, you have to be the professional.
Josh is in chat saying this is called the innovator's dilemma, where the product people lose control of the product over time due to success. It's an interesting one. Yeah, there's indeed. We could spill a lot of words about Blizzard, man. I especially have a lot of opinions about not Blizzard the company, but the people consuming Blizzard content. I think just generally that the problem is that it seems like, I don't want to speak too out of turn, but I was talking about incentives earlier. What incentives are being pursued? The thing that's natural for every entity in the world is to pursue incentives that are short-term and validating. And you look at some of the decisions being made, the push to mobile. You can look at these decisions and understand why they're being made. But the thing that they don't relate back to is a reflection of what is actually wanted by the audience that's been cultivated.
Ooh, that is questionable. I think that as a PC gamer, you have to accept that most people actually don't want to play on PC. Most people do want to play on mobile, and most people don't want a hardcore experience. Most people want a casual experience. Like that is true.
If that's the case, then why was Diablo Immortal received so poorly?
I actually think that when Diablo Immortal, because the kind of person who goes to a Blizzard convention is the kind of person who doesn't want a mobile game.
Right.
Like someone who's a casual gamer who plays mobile games, they're not going to like BlizzCon. Like, why would they ever do that? They're not invested enough to do that. Yeah. But the thing is that the way people engage with video games now is just so different, right? Like now people aren't like, before, if you were a gamer, you were a sweaty basement dweller nerd that the media was telling everyone that you're probably going to go shoot up a school. Right?
Exhibit A right here. I'm not the school shooting thing though.
Right. Okay. Right. Like this is exactly what's going on here. Right. But nowadays gaming is incredibly mainstream and it's a very like normal thing to do. You're not like you're not considered a complete weirdo if you're a gamer. Right. You're just like, you just play some games. Right. Like on the side. Great. So as a result of that, you still have like really dedicated people who are going to do stuff like go to these conventions and get involved and be really, really engaged. And obviously, like those are the people who are going to be more vocal. But ultimately, numbers don't lie. And it turns out that mobile nearly crushes PC and console combined.
Oh yeah,
right. Okay, like
easily.
in terms of the industry size.
So this is kind of
like this is how.
Sorry, go ahead. This is similar to the argument I was making earlier on a different topic about. Remember, I brought up the idea of the court jester. And the thing that makes a jester successful isn't how correct they are; it's how artful they are, how good they are in their craft, delivering harsh news. This is kind of similar to this situation. As this was not a correctly, artfully delivered piece of information. This was uh, inviting people over to a barbecue and giving them salad, right?
Yeah, sure. But the thing is, in a way, it's because they invited the wrong people, right? Because I can guarantee you, look, I said this when the announcement happened, by the way, and I'll say this here now as well.
Okay.
I can almost guarantee you that if you look at Diablo Immortal for what it is, it will probably be a really well made game.
Oh yeah,
It will probably
no
be a
doubt.
good mobile game, right? It will probably be a good mobile experience. Will it be what Diablo fans want? No, absolutely not. But will it be and to kind of like follow your analogy there, will it be a good salad? Yeah, it probably will be a good
Yeah,
salad. But the thing is, everyone who like was at the announcement for this, right, wanted barbecue, right? And this means that yeah, obviously it's going to go down very, very badly. But the thing is, what if then it turns out that outside of that, the audience of barbecue enjoyers, like most people actually wanted salad the entire time,
oh,
right?
perish the
And
thought.
then, well, exactly, right? And I think this is kind of the thing that as a PC gamer, we have to accept. Like
Hmm.
this is how things are. Like most people no longer are like super hard. A lower percentage of people care about PC games and more hardcore experiences. It is certainly a much more casual oriented market and a much more
Hmm.
mobile oriented market there as well.
Hmm.
So again, it was a little bit tactless to do it like that, particularly seeing as there was no PC port. Honestly, they could have probably resolved this if they spun it differently. If they'd said, yeah, there's going to be a mobile version for the new Diablo game and it's going to be also playable on PC. Yeah, honestly, I think people would be fine. I think
Yeah,
they'd have bought that, right?
yeah,
Okay, that's not an issue. But the thing is that they just completely missed the mark on the way they communicated that.
right.
Or if they were shipping it like alongside another title, right, like as a companion, then it would be fine. But again, like they just miscommunicated very, very badly and misunderstood like
Hmm.
who was going to be at BlizzCon.
And that reinforces the narrative that you put out there that Blizzard is just out of touch institutionally with the segments of their audience they're trying to reach.
Hmm.
Yeah, yeah, that's a tough one. Well, okay, let's talk about the most important release of all:
Let's go.
End of Dragons.
All right.
In what day is today? It's the 14th. So 2 weeks from yesterday, we're going to be getting the actual announcement with some details. Finally, Mana in the Desert. But ahead of that, I would love, Teapot, for you to hear some. I'd love to hear from you some hopes, some fears, and maybe a couple predictions. I want to actually remind you of a couple of predictions you made last time we talked.
Hmm.
The first is I asked you Guild Wars 2, End of Dragons, next expansion or last expansion? And you said last expansion. And then the second one was Guild Wars 3, a thing or not a thing? And you said a thing,
Hmm.
and probably the expansion will transition into it. I wonder if you've updated your thinking since then, or if you still feel the same.
Yeah, the reverse. The reverse now because of this completely renewed leadership and also because of DirectX 11. I think now we probably won't see a Guild Wars 3 and you'll definitely see more than one expansion.
How many do you think?
Uh, Minimum two. Could be even more than that. I
Hmm.
think they're now back on Guild Wars 2 big time, and they're looking very far into the future.
Yeah.
And when it comes to like hopes, fears are really easy. Fears, they just don't say anything. Like they do Ice Brood Saga announcement where they say literally nothing. That's the only thing that I think would be scary. In
Mm-hmm.
terms of what I think they're going to show, predictions and stuff. Uh, I just hope that they show features. I want to see what's the mastery,
Yep.
what are the new elite specs,
Yep.
uh, what? Give me like an idea of like the well. In fact, well, I feel like I'm cheating here because they literally told us what they're saying.
That's true.
Actually,
That's true. They did give us a sense of what to expect. Well, what about
yeah.
let's make this harder on us then. Let's think about not what'll be the announcement, but what'll materialize in the expansions. What are your expectations that will for what will actually materialize? And know that this is all just fun speculation because we're going to learn more in a couple weeks. How many maps are we going to get? Event design that's more like Heart of Thorns or more like Path of Fire? Raids? I thought it was pretty
I
interesting
think
earlier in
it'll.
the conversation. You said we're going to get one more raid. I'm curious where that thought comes from.
I think they want to give it another try. I think they want to give it one more try. It's just a hunch. I think
No, it's
because I
funny.
think
I
that
have that same hunch, and I can't
it's a
justify it. But
big
continue.
it's a big headliner feature, I think, like oh raid, right? And I think they do care about the veteran players, and a lot of the players who, again, if I had to guess, who have like very high retention rates are probably the hardcore raiders, like the veteran raiders
Right.
have probably a very high retention, if I had to guess. So that's probably like a big part of that. But so I think they'll do one more and see if it works or not. If it does work, then they'll probably do, they'll go further and maybe try another one. But that's my prediction there. But I'm expecting to see strike missions definitely are going to come back. I think. I
Oof.
think we're going to see elite specialization reveals, or at least one or two. I think. Well, I think a Readnet strategy on this, or what I would do anyway, is probably just like drop some very vague hints and then do reveals over time.
Yes.
A bit like how they did with HOT, right? They had like a week where they talked about each one on a stream, talked about
Hmm.
Reaper, talked about
Hmm.
Tempest. So I think that's the approach they might go for again, kind of mirroring Heart of Thorns. I think we're going to hear about the mastery, the feature, probably some of the events, like how the maps are going to go. There's one really big. I wish that I'm not even saying if I would say this is likely, but this is something that I wish they do. I want them to do this.
Hmm.
So this is kind of one of the wishes I would have. I
Okay.
want to see a completely new player experience.
Ooh.
And when I say completely new, I mean Guild Wars 1 style. So for those who don't know, in Guild Wars 1, when you played factions, right, the first expansion, you started in Cantha,
Hmm.
right? And
Hmm.
when you played Nightfall, you started in Nightfall, or rather in Alona. So each expansion had its own set of new player quests, new player experiences, new zones, low level zones.
Hmm. Hmm.
I really want to see that with Guild Wars 2 because, in my opinion, the way players engage with MMOs is that they don't want to sit around playing like hours and hours and hours of old content.
Hmm.
They want to get into the action, where the new stuff is, where
Hmm.
their friends are, like where everyone's going, right? They
True.
want to be
True.
where the high energy is.
Where the
And in my
people are.
opinion, yeah, exactly. And Guild Wars 2 just has so much content, right? I know it's like a bit of a meme, but Guild Wars 2 really does have a ridiculous amount of
Yeah.
content.
Yeah.
Like to actually get through. You're talking about you got stuff like all the living world, like all the core game, the expansions, right? There's so much going on, right? In Guild Wars 2. There really is.
Hmm.
So I think I would like to see that.
I would love that too, brother. And the fantasy, the dream, is to package it in with a new player race, right?
Uh, yeah, I think a lot of people would like a new race. I don't really care about that sort of thing. I think it would be a waste of resources because it isn't really content in my opinion. But yeah, that would be one way you could go about doing it
Yeah, it's a
to
perfect
kind of
way to deliver
justify
it
it in a
though.
way.
To say, buy into dragons, roll a Tengu, start your journey in Kantha. Not
Well, I think
only
I think it actually kind of introduces problems because what does that mean if you want to make a new character in Kantha that isn't the Tengu?
well, let's say you can. I'm not saying it would be restricted. I'm just saying that's the thing that they market as the selling point. That's like the thing to be attracted to. I'm not saying restricted at all. Um, I'm both and I guess would be my answer. But I love the idea of having a way to start your experience in Guild Wars 2 that is not either A, leveling through core, or B, using a level 80 boost. I would love to see a middle ground where
Yeah, I think
you're
I would love to see that, and I'd like to see that as a result of that kind of go to more maps, right? So like maybe 8 maps. I mean, we might be talking like big fantasy stuff here, honestly, because I imagine that
why not?
there's some serious, well, because there's some serious resource bottlenecks here. Okay, like
Of
we can be
course.
realistic, Like it's look, I do actually think funnily enough, this EOD is super interesting for me because I think
Hmm.
this might actually be the first Guild Wars 2 expansion that actually has a full development cycle. HOT was pretty rushed, in my
Yeah.
opinion. I think I think everyone would agree with that. I think ArenaNet would agree with that.
Yeah.
And Path of Fire again had a pretty short turnaround when they made it. I
Hmm.
think EOD might actually be the Guild Wars 2 expansion that's actually had the most development, especially with the delay now as well. So I think it is quite likely that there will be more than we've seen before from previous
Hmm.
expansions in EOD.
Hmm.
I think that is actually very likely.
Yeah, I like that idea. We had 4 open world maps with a bunch of big, robust, repeatable meta events, but maybe arguably less exploration, less like little story moments to pick at. And Heart of Thorn, just talking about open world. Path of Fire, we had 5 maps with a ton of like single consumption content, interesting stuff to poke around into. Way more focus on the story compared to Heart of Thorns, but less interest in the repeatable community event participation. Um, End of Dragons could be very interesting as a synthesis of the best of both of those 2 expansions. Also, the best of, let's be honest, the Living World, because we've seen some pretty amazing stuff from the Living World. I think about like the All or Nothing and War Eternal releases, not for core systems necessarily, but just for the content quality and what they were able to hit there is pretty impressive. Um, Going back to the idea of a new level 1 player experience, even something as simple as you have a zone, one zone. This is a 1 to 80 zone. You level all the way up to 80. And it gives you all the gear you need, maybe a couple different options. Makes you go through all the mechanics, dodge rolls, break bars, and it has one sort of multiplayer event piece, like a strike or a dungeon or a fractal, something that is part of that zone and part of that zone's story that people maybe they don't have to go through, but that they're really heavily encouraged to go through, so that when they hit 80, they're ready to actually participate in what the game has. Um, that's something I've wished for Guild Wars 2 for a long time, because I think when you get someone new into it, my impression is, and you have a lot more experience talking to people who've dealt with this than I do, is that it's kind of hard to seduce people into Guild Wars 2 by the way it introduces new players, unless you're someone who wants to just experience all the content chronologically.
I mean, yeah, I honestly, I would boil it down to a much simpler idea than that. I
Okay,
think it's
okay.
just, I don't think it needs to be again necessarily that complicated. It's more like people want to do the new stuff, they don't want to do the old stuff, right? Because why would I play something that's one outdated in the way it's designed, two also outdated in the fact that no one's playing it anymore, significantly less people are playing it anymore because it's old, right? So I mean, yeah, that's just the way I see it, right? It's just, yeah, like the content is old, less people are playing it. So of course, yeah, like less people are going to want to be engaged with it, and they want to go to the new stuff. They're not here to play Guild Wars 2 Heart of Thorns. They're here to play End of Dragons. Let them play End of Dragons.
Amen, brother. Out with the old, in with the new. Okay. Do you think that we're going to get any? I floated this idea out to someone I was talking to. I can't remember who. When thinking about, I think I was talking to Raka actually. When thinking about the lead to End of Dragons, and I was thinking about how cool it would be if they actually. And there are some major retorts to this idea. Look, this isn't like necessarily the wisest idea for the studio, but if I'm a Guild Wars 2 gamer trying to stay engaged and stay excited about End of Dragons, especially through a delay, how interesting would it be to have like a prequel episode for End of Dragons, like a serious living world release that gave us something to look forward, something to engage with. Maybe that had a little more of the repeatable stuff, just to keep us all busy. Because this content drought that we're facing is looking a little worrying.
I think they even kind of hinted that they would do something like this, that there might actually be a release at some point. I don't think they necessarily need to do this. I think it's okay if they don't, but it would be nice, yeah, for sure. I think what they're planning on doing is to keep people occupied, is kind of re-releasing old content and also adding features to the game, which I think is arguably better than adding
Hmm.
new content in a way. Like doing stuff like, oh yeah, we're gonna add DX11. Oh, we're gonna add alliances. We're gonna add the legendary armory. Like these are pretty significant patches. Like these are
Yeah.
big.
Yeah, they're
Like, this is
big.
not like nothing.
They're
So
foundational.
I think this is that's an option too. But yeah, I mean, I would like I would like a prologue, almost like give us a flavor of give us a taste of how the expansion is going to be.
Yeah.
But I don't think that's actually necessary. I think it's fine if they choose not to do that and just go
Yeah.
into the expansion as well.
Like, how about a little story on the Zaishan Isles? Something like that. That would be
Yeah.
fun.
I think the one thing that I think is missing right now is that there's no bridge right now on going to Cantha.
Right.
The story just ended, right? Like Iceberg Saga just finished. There was
Yeah.
no epilogue. There was no context on like what's going to happen next. So I think that
Uh-huh.
is a bit problematic. They dropped a few hints in some of the DRMs about the Tengu and that sort of thing. So I think the access point to the expansion is going to be through Tengu. But yeah, like I think that we could definitely use some broader
Domain of
context on what that
Winds.
actually looks like. Yeah,
Domain of
exactly.
Winds. That would be a hell of a prologue zone.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Teapot, that's all I got, brother.
Ooh, it's been a big one.
Have fun?
Yeah. I love memes. I love content. And now we are content.
That's right. We are the world. We are the content. Teapot, where can people find you?
Well, you can look below my name on this podcast. See that, guys? That is my name. If you go there, Twitter, Twitch, YouTube, /MightyTeapot, boom. There you go. That is how you find me. Go and watch my videos. Go and subscribe. Go and like all my videos. Engage with my social media in a productive way and leave whatever comment you like. You can flame me and I'll like your comment and I'll reply to you and I'll flame you back. So get in there right now. Don't delay.
Give
There
him
you
that
go.
negative
Do
feedback.
it.
You know he loves it. He loves
Exactly. I love to see it. Oh, I love it. I love it. Oh, make my day. Let's roll. Okay.
it. Well, thanks, Teapot. This has been a real pleasure. Really great catching up. Think we should do this again when there's been enough time elapsed.
Of course. Anytime, man.
Y'all are already here on my content, but I'll give you my pitch. I'm Deeg. I do conversations with people who have interesting things to say, especially around gaming. Just search for Deeg in places. Links are going to be below wherever you're watching this. Thanks, everyone. Thanks, chat, for turning out. This has been really fun and active. Thanks, Teapot, for the debate. And I will see you next time.
See you later, guys. Thanks for watching.